You think you're choosing, but what if you're just repeating? What if the way you doubt yourself, avoid conflict, or stay silent isn't really you, but a psychological effect quietly planted in your mind, shaping every thought before it even reaches your awareness? You feel anxious, but don't know why. You chase success but never feel satisfied. You keep pleasing others while forgetting who you are. And the worst part? Most of these patterns feel normal, expected, even praised. But underneath them, beneath the overthinking, the self-sabotage, the shame, is a system of psychological traps you never saw coming. In this video, we'll explore 30 dark psychological effects you experience daily, not in textbooks, but in your own life. If any of this feels familiar, you're exactly where you need to be. If you feel seen, like this video and subscribe, because here, we don't just explain the mind, we expose the quiet forces that control it, the imposter syndrome. They told you that once you reached a certain point, once you earned the degree, got the promotion, finished the project, or finally stood in a place you used to dream of, you'd feel it. That inner click, the sense that you belong here, that you've arrived, that your worth is now undeniable, and your competence has finally caught up with your ambition. But instead, what you feel is something closer to fear, to doubt, to fraudulence, as if everyone around you is in on a secret script that you somehow faked your way into, as if the spotlight that now shines on you is a mistake, a clerical error, and soon, any day now, someone will knock on your door, ask a few sharp questions, and expose you. And the terrifying part isn't that you've fooled others, it's that you might have fooled yourself. This is the heart of imposter syndrome, not mere insecurity, not modesty, but a quiet, gnawing conviction that your success is undeserved, that your achievements are fragile, and that your confidence is a mask stretched thin over a face full of doubt. And this feeling doesn't vanish with more accolades. It grows, it mutates, it becomes more cunning, more persuasive, because the higher you climb, the more visible you become. And visibility, to the imposter within, is not affirmation. It's danger, it's exposure. And so you hustle harder, you over-prepare, you downplay your wins. You thank luck, timing, circumstance, anything but yourself. Because if you accept the credit, then you must also accept the risk of losing it, of proving you were never worthy in the first place. And that fear haunts you, not publicly, not loudly, but in the quiet moments, before a meeting, after a compliment, when someone says, "You're really good at this," and you smile, nod, and say, "Thank you," while inside, a small voice whispers, "If only they knew." That voice is relentless. It's clever. It doesn't argue. It sows doubt in the spaces between your thoughts. It knows you too well. It remembers your mistakes, magnifies them. It replays the awkward email, the question you didn't know the answer to, the project you stumbled through and still carry in your bones like a bruise. It edits your memory to highlight only the moments where you felt lost, uncertain, inadequate. And it tells you those are the real you, that the praise is a fluke, that the good moments are borrowed suits you'll eventually have to return. And what makes this syndrome so effective, so suffocating, is that it wears the mask of humility. It makes you think you're just being honest, grounded, realistic. It convinces you that doubting yourself is a virtue, that skepticism is wisdom, but it's not. It's fear in disguise. Fear that says you must earn your place again and again. Fear that says your value is conditional, temporary, and always, at risk of vanishing. And what's worse, the more you achieve, the more this fear adapts. When you succeed, it says, "That wasn't real success." When you get praised, it says, "They don't see the real you." When you reach a milestone, it moves the finish line. It is never satisfied, never still, and it isolates you, because it tells you you're the only one who feels this way, that others are confident, competent, secure in ways you'll never be. But here's the truth. The people you admire most have felt it too. The authors, the scientists, the leaders, the artists. Behind their polished smiles and confident voices are stories of doubt, of fear, of nights spent wondering if they were frauds too. Because imposter syndrome doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care how smart you are, how accomplished, how experienced. It attaches itself to anyone who has ever held themselves to a higher standard, who has ever cared deeply about the quality of their work, who has ever looked at a room and asked, "Do I really belong here?" And maybe that's the quiet secret it reveals. That feeling like an imposter isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign that you care, that you're paying attention, that you know the difference between real effort and empty posturing. But even so, the danger lies in letting that doubt define you, in letting it steal your joy, in letting it convince you that you must always prove yourself, always stay 2 steps ahead of exposure. Because eventually, that chase burns you out. You start saying no to new opportunities, not because you can't do them, but because you're afraid you won't do them perfectly. You stop celebrating your wins because they don't feel like yours. You hide behind overwork and perfectionism, hoping they'll shield you from the feeling of being unworthy, but they never do. Because you're not fighting a lack of skill, you're fighting a distorted mirror. One that shows you only your flaws, your doubts, your unfinished edges, while hiding the truth of your growth, your resilience, your earned wisdom. And to escape it, you don't need to become someone else. You don't need to conquer every weakness or eliminate every trace of fear. You need to soften into reality, to accept that confidence isn't a prerequisite for contribution. That value isn't always loud. That worth doesn't come from being flawless, but from showing up again and again with integrity. You need to understand that competence and doubt can coexist. That imposter syndrome is a sign not of fraudulence, but of humanity. And slowly, you can begin to shift, not by silencing the voice of doubt, but by refusing to obey it. By choosing instead to trust the evidence of your own life, the projects you've finished, the people you've helped, the problems you've solved, not perfectly, but sincerely. You begin to see that fear is not proof of fraudulence. It's a shadow cast by caring. And the more you stand in your truth, the more that shadow fades. Because the goal isn't to never feel like an imposter. The goal is to recognize the feeling and keep going anyway. To feel the tremble in your hands and still speak. To feel the doubt in your chest and still step forward. To realize that maybe the people who never feel like imposters are not the most capable, but the least self-aware. And that your awareness, your sensitivity, your questioning mind, that's not a weakness. It's a gift. One that keeps you learning, growing, improving. One that keeps you honest. So next time you feel like a fraud, pause, breathe. And remember, you are not an imposter. You are a work in progress, a person becoming. And that's not a deception. That's the most authentic truth there is. The spotlight of overthinking, creating problems that don't exist. They say intelligence is a gift, that deep thought, sharp analysis, and careful reflection are signs of wisdom. But what they rarely tell you is how that same mind that helps you solve problems can also create them out of thin air. That your greatest strength, your ability to think deeply, can quietly become your most suffocating trap. Overthinking doesn't arrive as a storm. It begins as a drizzle of doubt, some whisper of what if, a passing thought that loops back again and again until it becomes a flood. And before you realize what's happening, your mind isn't solving anything. It's circling, spiraling, rehearsing imaginary disasters, scanning for threats in conversations that never happened, editing and re-editing decisions that were already made. You become the director of a film no one else sees, building elaborate scenes of rejection, failure, conflict, embarrassment, scenarios so vivid that your body reacts to them as if they're real. Your heart races, your stomach knots, your breath shortens, not because of what is, but because of what might be. And that's the cruel brilliance of overthinking. It makes fear feel like foresight, anxiety feel like awareness, paralysis feel like responsibility. You tell yourself you're just being thorough, just making sure, just thinking it through. But what you're really doing is punishing yourself with possibilities, running simulations in your mind that only end in defeat. You lose hours, days, even years to thoughts that never come true, but feel as if they could at any moment. And the worst part? Overthinking doesn't come with a warning label. It often disguises itself as diligence, as preparation, as intelligence, so you don't notice when you're no longer reflecting on the problem, but drowning in it. You don't notice when your internal monologue becomes a courtroom, and you are the defendant, the prosecutor, the jury, and the executioner, arguing over your own worth, your choices, your right to peace. You second-guess compliments, you dissect silence, you overanalyze tone, punctuation, glances, pauses. You replay conversations not to savor them, but to find what went wrong. And if nothing went wrong, you invent something. Because overthinking is not driven by truth. It's driven by fear masquerading as logic. It gives you the illusion of control while quietly robbing you of peace. And yet you keep doing it. Not because you enjoy suffering, but because somewhere, deep down, you believe if you just think hard enough, you'll outsmart uncertainty. That if you anticipate every outcome, you'll finally be safe. But life doesn't work that way. You can't think your way into invincibility. You can't plan your way out of being human. The truth is, overthinking is a survival strategy, a misguided attempt to stay ahead of pain, rejection, failure. Your mind builds worst-case scenarios, not to torment you, but to protect you. It believes that by imagining the worst, you'll be prepared, that you'll hurt less if you see the blow coming. But anticipating pain doesn't make it hurt less. It just makes you suffer twice, once in imagination and again in reality, or worse, only in imagination, because the thing you feared never actually happens. Overthinking becomes a spotlight you hold above yourself, harsh and unrelenting, exposing every flaw, every doubt, every possible misstep. You become afraid to act, not because you lack ability, but because you've created so many imaginary versions of failure that any real attempt feels doomed before it begins. And so you hesitate, you delay, you rehearse instead of living. You withdraw not because the world is dangerous, but because your thoughts have convinced you it is. And every time you choose mental rehearsal over real experience, your confidence erodes, your intuition weakens, your world shrinks. You start trusting your fears more than your instincts, your anxiety more than your reality. But here's what overthinking doesn't tell you. No amount of mental spinning will ever deliver the certainty you crave. Because life isn't a math problem with one right answer. It's messy, it's fluid, it's full of risk and beauty and unexpected grace. And certainty isn't the reward for overthinking. Presence is, action is, living is. So how do you escape the spotlight? Not by switching it off entirely. You'll never stop thinking, and you don't have to, but by softening the light, by redirecting it, by realizing that not every thought is worth your attention, that not every fear deserves a stage, that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is not think harder, but think less. Choose less rumination, choose movement, choose a single step, however small, over 1,000 imagined outcomes. Trust that not everything needs to be solved. Some things need to be felt, experienced, endured, and released. And know this, your mind will always generate thoughts. That's its job. But you get to choose which ones you believe, which ones you feed, which ones you follow into the dark. You don't need to fight your thoughts. You just need to stop following the ones that lead you away from peace. And when you do, when you let yourself step out from under the harsh spotlight and into the softer, messier light of real life, you'll find that most of the problems you feared were never really there. They were echoes, reflections, shadows on the wall of your own mind. And what was waiting beyond them was not disaster, but freedom. The freedom to live without rehearsing every line, to act without knowing the whole script, to be imperfect, uncertain, and still whole. Because your mind is a powerful tool, but it is not the only part of you that knows how to live. Sometimes, your peace begins the moment you stop analyzing the moment, and instead, just live it. The fear of abandonment. Seeing rejection where there is none. They don't have to leave for you to feel left. They don't have to say goodbye for your heart to brace for impact. Because when the fear of abandonment has woven itself into your wiring, absence doesn't need proof, it invents its own. A delayed response becomes distance. A distracted tone becomes disinterest. A missed call becomes a sign that they're already halfway out the door. Not because they are, but because your mind has learned to hear footsteps walking away, even in rooms where no one is moving. This fear doesn't shout. It whispers. It takes ordinary moments and paints them in darker hues. It turns love into a test, connection into a countdown. You become hyper-aware, scanning every word, every glance, every silence for evidence that you're about to be discarded. And the cruel irony is that the more you fear being left, the more you grip. The more you grip, the more they pull away. Not because they want to hurt you, but because nobody can breathe inside a relationship built like a panic room. And yet, to your nervous system, every delay feels like desertion. Every space feels like proof. Every moment of uncertainty becomes a mirror reflecting back your deepest belief that eventually everyone leaves. But that belief wasn't born out of nowhere. Somewhere, once, someone did leave, or neglected, or turned their back when you needed them most. Maybe it was a parent who was emotionally unavailable. Maybe it was a friend who vanished when things got hard. Maybe it was a partner who promised forever and delivered silence. Or maybe it wasn't one big event, but 1,000. Small moments that taught you people are not safe, that love is not consistent, that connection is conditional. And so, like a wound that never quite healed, you carry this expectation into every new relationship. You don't just hope they'll stay, you require them to constantly prove they won't leave. But no one can prove permanence. No one can offer absolute certainty. And so the cycle begins. They step back to breathe, and you feel the ground giving way. They forget to text, and you feel yourself unraveling. They say, "I need space," and you hear, "I'm done." And when your fears become louder than their love, it distorts your reality. You see coldness where there's just tiredness. You hear rejection where there's only distraction. You mistake independence for detachment, privacy for secrecy, silence for resentment. Because fear doesn't see clearly. It projects. It prepares for pain by assuming its arrival. And what makes this fear so powerful is that it feeds on your deepest need, to belong. Human beings are wired for connection. We are social creatures whose survival once depended on staying close to the tribe. To be abandoned wasn't just painful, it was deadly. That ancient programming still lives in you. But now, it fires in. Situations that don't require survival instincts. A friend cancels dinner, and your body reacts as if you've been exiled. A partner pulls away for an evening of solitude, and your chest tightens as if they're never coming back. And your brain, desperate for answers, fills in the blanks. It builds stories. They're bored of you, annoyed with you, already moving on. You don't ask, you assume. You don't speak, you spiral. Because asking feels too risky. Because naming your fear would make it real. And so you act instead. You become clingy or cold. You test them. You punish them. You withdraw before they can. Not to hurt them, but to protect yourself. But in doing so, you create the very dynamic you're afraid of. You push. They pull. You accuse. They defend. You need reassurance, but ask for it in ways that feel like control. And eventually, the bond begins to fray. Not because of them, but because of the ghost between you. The ghost of every goodbye you never processed, every abandonment you never healed from. But here's what the fear of abandonment never tells you: that you can survive being left. That the version of you who was hurt back then is not the version of you who stands here now. That your value doesn't disappear when someone else walks away. That your worth is not held in someone else's hands. And once you begin to understand this, not just intellectually, but in your body, in your breath, in the way you relate, you start to loosen your grip. You begin to see that love isn't proven by constant closeness. That space isn't absence. That silence isn't indifference. That healthy love includes moments of distance, of individuality, of non-response. And that these are not threats. They're signs of trust, signs of maturity, signs that your relationship is not built on fear, but on freedom. And yes, it's terrifying, because letting go of control means facing the very thing you're afraid of: uncertainty. But the truth is, control never guaranteed safety. It just gave the illusion of it. Real safety comes from within, from knowing that if someone leaves, you will grieve, but you will not collapse. You will hurt, but you will not disappear. You will still be whole, still be worthy, still be real. Healing the fear of abandonment doesn't mean you'll never feel scared again. It means you stop letting that fear choose your words, your tone, your timing. It means you pause before you assume. You ask before you accuse. You give the people you love a chance to be themselves without constantly auditioning for the role of the one who stays. And slowly, you begin to trust, not blindly, but wisely. You begin to choose connection over control, vulnerability over vigilance. You stop chasing proof that you're lovable and start believing that you already are. Not because someone else says so, but because you say so. Because you remember who you are when no one else is in the room. Because you reclaim the parts of you that were shaped by other people's absence. And in that reclamation, something shifts. You stop seeing every pause as the beginning of goodbye. You stop interpreting love through the lens of loss, and you start showing up, not as someone desperate to be chosen, but as someone who already knows their place at the table. Because when you know you are enough, you no longer need constant proof that you won't be left. You simply live, love, and let people be free. And in that freedom, you find a new kind of safety. Not the safety of being clutched, but the safety of being trusted. Not the safety of never being left, but the safety of knowing you will still stand if you are. The trust issues cycle, sabotaging relationships before they hurt you. They say trust is earned, that it takes time to build and only a moment to break. But what they don't say is what happens when time has already betrayed you, when the bricks you used to build trust in the past were kicked over before the mortar could even dry, when betrayal didn't come from strangers, but from the hands you were told were safe. So you learn early, not just in your mind, but in your nervous system, that closeness is risky, that people change, that love turns, that safety is a trap waiting to collapse. And even though your adult self wants connection, wants warmth, wants intimacy, there's another part of you, older and deeper, that flinches at the idea of letting anyone in. Not because you don't care, but because you care too much. Because you've tasted the sharp edge of disappointment too many times to trust the sweetness without suspicion. So you enter relationships already scanning for the exit, already building your defense, already waiting for the moment things go wrong, not because you want it to, but because part of you believes it inevitably will. And so the cycle begins. The trust issue cycle. It's not a conscious decision. It's not something you wake up and choose. It's reflex, muscle memory, emotional armor. You test people without realizing it. You ask questions that sound casual but are loaded with implications. You analyze pauses in text messages, dissect the tone in their voice, tally every inconsistency like a courtroom stenographer preparing for trial. You don't mean to be accusatory, but your mind is always trying to solve a mystery it never got. Closure from who can I trust? What's real? What's safe? And most dangerously, when will they hurt me? Because the trust issues cycle doesn't wait for betrayal. It tries to preempt it, to predict it, to beat it to the punch. And in doing so, you begin to sabotage the very thing you want most: connection. You become cold to test if they'll chase. You become distant to see if they'll notice. You criticize them to see if they'll still love you after. You say you don't care to hide that you care too much. You keep score, not out of pettiness, but out of protection. Every mistake they make becomes a data point. Every missed call, a sign. Every imperfection, proof that you were right not to trust. And the moment they get too close, when their love becomes too real, too warm, too consistent, you feel it. That tightness, that warning, that instinct that says, this can't last, don't get used to it. So you push, or pull away, or disappear, not because you want to hurt them, but because you think you're saving yourself. The tragedy of the trust issues cycle is that it's rooted in logic that once kept you safe. There was a time when trusting too fast, too deeply, led to real pain. when keeping your guard up wasn't paranoia, it was survival. But what protected you back then can now imprison you. Because the walls that kept the hurt out also keep the love out. The gates that filter danger also filter warmth. And the longer you stay inside that fortress, the lonelier it becomes. You start to wonder if you're too damaged to connect, if love is just a thing for other people, if your walls have become your home. But here's what the cycle doesn't tell you, that you are not broken, you are not unlovable, you are not doomed to sabotage every good thing. You're just scared. And being scared doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. It means you felt things deeply. It means your heart remembers. It means you've been paying attention. But at some point, you have to ask, what is my fear costing me? How many moments of softness have I dismissed because they didn't feel safe enough? How many kind people have I pushed away because I was waiting for a trap that never came? How many times have I chosen control over connection just to feel less vulnerable? And here's the hard truth. You cannot build intimacy and guard against pain at the same time. Trust requires risk, not blind risk, but conscious, chosen vulnerability. The kind that says, I know I could get hurt, but I'm choosing to try anyway. And yes, that's terrifying, especially when your past has taught you that even the people who say they love you can leave, can lie, can shatter you. But the alternative, living in emotional lockdown, is a quiet form of self-abandonment, a slow erosion of your capacity to feel joy, connection, closeness. Healing. The trust issues cycle doesn't mean trusting everyone. It means learning to trust yourself, your intuition, your boundaries, your ability to recover if things go wrong. It means learning that trust is not about perfection. It's about consistency, accountability, repair. It's about noticing when someone makes a mistake and asking, do they own it? Do they learn? Do they show up again with more care? And it means offering yourself the same questions. Because often, the person you distrust most is yourself. You don't trust yourself to choose well, to speak up, to walk away, to survive another heartbreak. But you can, you have, and you will again. So how do you break the cycle? Gently, slowly, not by tearing down all your defenses at once, but by opening a small window, by letting the breeze of vulnerability in, by being honest about your fears, not just with others, but with yourself, by saying, this is hard for me, instead of pretending to be aloof, by owning your patterns without shaming yourself for them, by recognizing that every time you feel the urge to sabotage, it's not a failure, it's a signal, a moment asking you to pause, to breathe, to choose differently. And slowly, over time, you begin to build a new reflex, one that doesn't jump to conclusions, one that asks instead of assumes, one that gives people space to be human, not perfect. Because in the end, trust isn't about guarantees. It's about the willingness to be seen, to let someone in, to believe, just for a moment, that maybe this time it could be different. Maybe this time the love won't turn, the person won't vanish, the silence won't mean rejection. Maybe this time your fear is just a memory and not a prophecy. And if it turns out you were wrong, if they do hurt you, if the pattern repeats, you will still be okay. Because now, your safety doesn't depend on others never leaving. It depends on your commitment to never leave yourself, to stand by your side, to hold your own heart with compassion, to rebuild if needed, to stay open, even when you're scared. And in that choice, in that brave, trembling choice to trust again, you begin to write a new story. One where love is not something you guard against, but something you grow into. One where intimacy is not a trap, but a path. One where trust becomes not the absence of fear, but the presence of courage. Courage to stay. Courage to open. Courage to stop sabotaging what you secretly long for most. And in that courage, the cycle finally begins to break. Not by force, but by grace. The self-handicapping trap. Setting yourself up to fail to avoid responsibility. They told you that fear looks like panic, that it storms through your chest, loud and unignorable, that it makes your hands shake, your voice tremble, your breath, catch. But what they didn't tell you is that sometimes fear dresses like indifference, like delay, like vague excuses. Sometimes fear wears the mask of, I just didn't try that hard. Because if you didn't give it your all, then the failure doesn't count. Then you get to walk away with your identity intact. Still smart, still talented, still capable. Because the most terrifying truth isn't that you might fail, it's that you might try your best and still fall short. And so, without realizing it, you begin to play a subtle, quiet game of self-sabotage. You leave things to the last minute. You show up unprepared. You procrastinate until the pressure becomes unbearable. You shrink your efforts until they're just enough to get by, but never enough to truly test your limits. And when it inevitably falls apart, you sigh and say, well, I didn't really try. And in that moment, you feel relief, not because you succeeded, but because your failure feels less threatening, less personal, less real. This is the self-handicapping trap, the paradox where you willingly weaken yourself to protect your ego, where you would rather lose with an excuse than win and prove that your best wasn't good enough. And at first glance, it seems irrational. Why would anyone choose failure over potential success? But beneath the surface lies a tangled logic forged in past experiences, rooted in a fragile sense of self-worth. If your identity has been built on being naturally gifted, then effort becomes a threat, because if you try and fail, the illusion breaks. The story you've told yourself that you're effortlessly capable shatters. But if you don't try, then you can always tell yourself, I could have done better if I wanted to. And that illusion, no matter how painful, feels safer than facing the raw truth of your limitations. So you build a buffer, a layer of intentional underperformance, not because you're lazy, but because you're terrified of the mirror that full effort might hold up to you. And this isn't just about school or work. It seeps into every corner of your life. You avoid hard conversations in relationships so you won't be seen trying and failing to connect. You don't practice vulnerability because if you open up and still feel alone, the emptiness becomes unbearable. You downplay your dreams, mocking them before anyone else can. So if they don't work out, it was never serious anyway. You use humor as a shield, cynicism as a defense, distance as protection. All of it part of the same silent strategy. Fail on your own terms, so no one else gets to decide what your failure means. And in the short term, it works. You avoid humiliation. You avoid heartbreak. You keep your ego intact. But in the long run, the cost is enormous, because over time, you stop believing in your own potential. You begin to internalize the underperformance. The excuses blur into identity. What started as protection becomes prison. And the worst part? You still feel the ache of what could have been. The quiet grief of unlived potential. The unspoken mourning of a version of yourself you were too afraid to fully meet. And it's not because you're weak. It's because you learned somewhere along the way that failure wasn't safe, that mistakes weren't lessons, they were judgments, that effort wasn't admirable, it was a sign of struggle. Maybe you were praised for being smart instead of hardworking. Maybe you were rewarded for outcomes, not effort. Maybe someone in your past made you feel like trying and failing was worse than not trying at all. So now, every challenge feels like a threat to your identity. Every risk feels like a referendum on your worth. And so you default to what feels safest, doing just enough to avoid shame, but never enough to feel proud. But here's the truth. The self-handicapping trap doesn't want you to know. There's no such thing as painless growth. There's no version of progress that doesn't ask you to risk something, to expose something, to face something. And while playing small protects you from some pain, it guarantees a different kind, the pain of stagnation, the pain of regret, the pain of wondering what you're really capable of, if only you had the courage to show up fully. And the paradox is this: the only way to truly feel proud of yourself is to risk feeling disappointed. The only way to succeed in a meaningful way is to risk honest failure. And that kind of risk can't coexist with the armor of self-sabotage. So what does it look like to step out of the trap? It looks like showing up unarmored, like starting the project before you feel ready, like having the conversation even if it might not go well, like putting real effort into something you care about, knowing it might not work. It looks like rewriting your relationship with effort, not as a sign of deficiency, but as a declaration of desire. It looks like separating your identity from your performance, understanding that doing poorly at something doesn't make you less worthy, less lovable, or less you. It looks like taking responsibility, not the punishing kind that blames you for every mistake, but the empowering kind that says, I have a choice. I can do things differently. And the beauty is, once you start making those choices, small ones at first, the trap begins to loosen. You realize that failure, while uncomfortable, is survivable. That disappointment stings, but it doesn't define you. That success built on honest effort feels 10 times better than any win earned with a safety net. You stop chasing the comfort of what if and start embracing the clarity of I tried, and something profound happens. You begin to trust yourself, not because you always succeed, but because you know you'll show up anyway. You know you'll face the challenge. You know you'll rise again, no matter the outcome. And yes, it's vulnerable. It's terrifying. But it's also where real self-respect is born. Because when you stop hiding from your potential, you stop needing excuses to protect your worth. You stop shrinking your goals to avoid disappointment. You stop living in the shadows of I could have and step into the light of I did, even if you fall, even if you fail. Because now your worth isn't tied to perfection. It's rooted in integrity, in courage, in the quiet bravery of doing the thing anyway. So the next time you feel yourself reaching for the familiar excuses, I didn't really try. I don't care that much. It wasn't a big deal. Pause. Ask yourself what you're protecting. Ask yourself what you're afraid of. And then ask yourself what it's costing you to keep hiding. Because behind every act of self-handicapping is a dream you still believe in, a standard you still want to meet, a version of yourself you still hope is possible. And maybe the real fear isn't that you'll fail, but that you'll discover just how powerful you really are when you finally stop getting in your own way. The catastrophizing bias. Expecting the worst-case scenario in every situation. They told you to prepare for the worst, to hope for the best, but to stay vigilant, because life is unpredictable, because anything can happen, because safety is not guaranteed. And so, somewhere along the way, you learn to run simulations in your mind, to rehearse disaster, to brace for impact long before any real blow ever came. It started innocently enough, just a way to stay ahead of trouble, to avoid disappointment. But slowly, the habit grew, became automatic, became instinct. Until now, every uncertain silence sounds like bad news. Every headache is a tumor. Every delay means rejection. Every vulnerability is the opening scene of a tragedy you're already scripting in your head. This is catastrophizing. Not just fear, not just anxiety, but a mental bias that bends reality until all roads seem to lead to ruin. A default setting that assumes pain, expects betrayal, and imagines the worst, just in case. And the danger of catastrophizing isn't just the thoughts themselves. It's that they feel like foresight. They dress up as preparation. They whisper, if you see it coming, it won't hurt as much. So you picture your partner leaving. You picture the job offer falling through. You picture yourself failing, getting laughed at, being misunderstood, getting sick, losing everything, until you feel it in your chest, in your stomach, in the tremble of your breath. Your nervous system doesn't know these scenarios are imaginary. It reacts as if they're real. You live in the echo of disasters that haven't happened and may never happen. But still, you carry the weight of them, quietly, daily. And to others, you might seem tense, distant, overly cautious. But what they don't see is that you're living 10 steps ahead, always on the edge of an invisible cliff only you can feel. Catastrophizing isn't melodrama. It's not exaggeration for effect. It's a survival strategy, one that once had logic. Maybe life did hit you without warning. Maybe bad news did come suddenly. Maybe someone you trusted did leave. Maybe you learned through pain that stability is fragile. And so your mind, trying to protect you, decided, next time we'll be ready. It began to scan, to predict, to forecast every possible collapse. Not to make you miserable, but to shield you. But the mind doesn't know where to stop. It doesn't know how to separate realistic concern from imagined doom, so it paints everything with the same brush. The minor inconvenience becomes a crisis. The uncertain moment becomes a threat. And you begin to lose trust, not just in people or situations, but in life itself, in the possibility of things going well, in the idea that sometimes things unfold gently, that sometimes silence means peace, not danger. And here's where it begins to hollow you out. You stop celebrating the good moments because you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. You can't enjoy love, success, connection, because part of you believes it's borrowed time. You live suspended between fear and dread, not because the world is cruel, but because your mind keeps reminding you that it might be. And so you hesitate. You overthink. You don't ask for what you want. You don't take the risk. You don't step forward. Because it feels safer to shrink than to stumble, to expect loss than to risk joy. And in doing so, you rob yourself, not just of peace, but of presence. You are never quite where you are, never fully here, because a part of you is always somewhere else, reacting to futures that haven't arrived, to pain that hasn't occurred, to outcomes that exist only in the theater of your mind. But the tragedy of catastrophizing isn't just emotional, it's biological. Chronic fear, even imagined, floods your body with stress hormones. It wears down your immune system. It fogs your cognition. It primes you for fight or flight responses that never need to be deployed. You live in a body always bracing, always holding, always scanning. And it's exhausting. The mental loops, the sleepless nights, the tight chest, the endless what-ifs. Not because you're weak, but because your brain is too good at keeping you safe, too sensitive to threat, too quick to leap to the worst explanation, just to avoid being caught off guard again. But here's what the catastrophizing bias doesn't tell you. It doesn't actually prevent pain. It just makes you suffer more. You suffer in anticipation. You suffer in imagination. You suffer before anything has even happened. And often, nothing does. The job doesn't fall apart. The relationship doesn't implode. The awkward moment passes. The uncertainty resolves. And yet, you've already carried the weight of the worst-case scenario. Already lived through it in your mind 100 times. And when it doesn't happen, you don't feel relief. You feel temporary reprieve. Because you're already preparing for the next storm. Already thinking, well, that was lucky. But what about next time? And so you become stuck in a cycle. Predict, panic, prepare, repeat. A loop that feeds on itself, growing stronger with every imagined crisis you narrowly avoid. And the more you catastrophize, the more real it feels, the more evidence your mind collects. See, it says, good things never last. People are unreliable. Life is chaos. This is why we prepare. But what if it's not life that's always breaking? What if it's your ability to receive peace that's cracked? What if you've trained your nervous system to reject calm because it feels unfamiliar, unsafe, unreal? Breaking the catastrophizing cycle doesn't mean becoming blindly optimistic. It doesn't mean ignoring real risks or pretending everything is fine. It means learning to widen the lens, to recognize that worst-case thinking is just one possibility, not the only one. It means noticing when your thoughts shift from awareness to imagination, when your body is reacting to something that hasn't and may never occur. It means asking, is this happening or am I predicting it? Is there actual danger or am I bracing out of habit? And slowly, gently, you begin to teach your mind that not every silence is ominous, that not every delay is disaster, that sometimes things are okay. And when you start to live this way, rooted in the present rather than the projection, you begin to feel space where there was once tightness. You begin to breathe deeper, to pause before the spiral, to interrupt the loop, to notice, with compassion, how often you leap to the worst, not because you're broken, but because you were scared. And in that noticing, you offer yourself something catastrophizing never could. Trust, not in certainty, not in outcomes, but in your ability to respond, to adapt, to live fully, even if things go wrong. You stop trying to outsmart pain and start learning how to hold it. You stop fearing the unknown and start stepping into it with steadiness. And this is where peace begins, not in controlling every variable, but in no longer needing to. Not in forcing only good outcomes, but in knowing you can survive the difficult ones. You realize that preparation is not the same as panic. That caution is not the same as collapse. That readiness is not rehearsing your own downfall over and over in your head. You reclaim the space between fear and reality. You allow joy to surprise you. You stop flinching at every soft moment. And maybe, most importantly, you give yourself permission to live before the outcome, to enjoy the conversation before it ends, to appreciate the love before it leaves, to breathe freely even when the future is unclear, because catastrophizing, at its core, is a refusal to surrender, a refusal to let go of imagined control. But life doesn't reward that grip. It rewards the ones who are willing to risk presence, to feel the wind without forecasting the storm, to walk forward, not blindly, but bravely. And in doing so, to discover that maybe the worst-case scenario isn't failure. Maybe it's never having shown up for your own life at all. The self-fulfilling prophecy, your expectations shape your reality. They say reality is objective, that what happens in your life is a matter of cause and effect, external forces pressing on you from the outside, indifferent to what you think or believe. But they rarely tell you how much of your life quietly bends to the shape of your own expectations. How many doors stay shut, not because they're locked, but because you never tried to open them. How many people withdraw, not because they don't care, but because you expected them to and unknowingly push them away. How often you don't fail because you're incapable, but because you already believed you would and acted accordingly. This is the quiet, invisible machinery of the self-fulfilling prophecy. A pattern that starts not in the world, but in the mind. You think a thought, not based on fact, but fear, and without realizing it, you begin to behave in ways that make it come true. You expect rejection, so you distance yourself. You expect to be misunderstood, so you stop explaining. You expect to fail, so you don't give your full effort. And then, when the thing you feared happens, you say, "See, I knew it." Not realizing that you helped build the very outcome you now treat as proof. Not because you wanted to suffer, but because you mistook your fear for foresight. Because you confuse the feeling of dread with the presence of danger, and it doesn't happen dramatically. It starts small. A flicker of doubt. A subtle shift in body language. A sentence you don't say. An opportunity you don't reach for. The prophecy doesn't scream. It whispers. It operates beneath the level of conscious awareness, weaving itself into your tone, your posture, your timing. And the people around you respond, not to your intention, but to your energy. They don't know what you're expecting from them, but they feel it. The guardedness, the defensiveness, the assumption of hurt, the invisible distance you place between yourself and the world, like a pane of glass too thin to see, but too thick to penetrate. And so they mirror you. They hesitate. They protect themselves. They react to your reactivity. And suddenly, the thing you feared, the thing you thought you were protecting yourself from, is here, not because it was inevitable, but because you expected it into being. The self-fulfilling prophecy doesn't just live in your thoughts. It shapes your reality through behavior, through decisions made and not made, through chances taken or avoided, through risks passed over because they didn't feel right, even though what didn't feel right was actually your own discomfort with hope. Because hope is risky. Belief is vulnerable. Expecting good things means making space for disappointment. So instead, you lower your expectations. You brace for failure. You assume the worst, not because you want it, but because you think it's safer. But expectations aren't passive. They don't just sit quietly in your mind while life unfolds around you. They bleed into your choices, into the way you speak to yourself, into the way you see others, into the story you tell yourself about who you are and what you deserve. And here's the most haunting part. Your brain is built to prove you right. It filters information to match your beliefs. It seeks out confirmation, ignores contradiction. If you believe you're unlovable, you'll remember every rejection and overlook every kindness. If you believe people are untrustworthy, you'll scrutinize every interaction for deceit and miss the moments of honesty. If you believe you're doomed to fail, you'll attribute your success to luck and your setbacks to fate. This is called confirmation bias. But in the context of self-fulfilling prophecy, it becomes something deeper, something existential. Because your beliefs don't just shape your perceptions, they shape your possibilities. They become the walls of your reality. And the saddest part is, most of those beliefs were never yours to begin with. They were planted in childhood, in moments of shame, in early relationships where love had conditions, in classrooms where mistakes meant humiliation, in homes where emotional safety wasn't guaranteed. You absorbed these messages not because they were true, but because they were repeated. And repetition, over time, feels like truth. So now, years later, you walk through life carrying invisible scripts you didn't write, but still perform. And the more you act out those scripts, the more evidence you collect. Evidence that love is dangerous, that success is temporary, that people will leave, that you are too much or not enough, or somehow both. And slowly, you begin to live not in the world as it is, but in the world as you expect it to be. And the most devastating thing about the self-fulfilling prophecy is that it can make you feel powerless even when you're the one holding the pen. You mistake your repeated outcomes for fate, not realizing they're the result of unconscious authorship. And the more powerless you feel, the more deeply the prophecy roots itself. A closed loop, a self-reinforcing cycle that masquerades as evidence but is really just echo. But here's the truth, the loop can be interrupted. The prophecy can be rewritten. Because if your expectations shape your reality, then changing your expectations changes what becomes possible. And that change doesn't begin with grand declarations. It begins with noticing, with paying attention to the story you're telling yourself when something goes wrong, when someone takes too long to respond, when you get constructive feedback, when an opportunity feels out of reach. It begins with asking, what am I assuming right now? What am I expecting this to mean? And most importantly, is this belief helping me? Because the goal isn't to become naively positive, it's to become consciously constructive. To recognize that your beliefs are tools, not truths, and tools can be sharpened, replaced, let go of. And yes, this takes time, because unlearning is slower than learning, because you've rehearsed the old story for years and it will feel more familiar, even if it hurts, even if it limits you. But the work is worth it. Because once you begin to shift your expectations, not by force, but by choice, you start to see changes. You start to speak with a different tone. You hold eye contact a little longer. You say yes to things you used to fear. You show up with just a little more openness, a little more belief, and the world responds, not dramatically, not instantly, but consistently. You start to notice that people lean in when you stop bracing, that opportunities appear when you stop assuming they'll vanish. That connection deepens when you stop expecting abandonment. You start to live not in defense of a fear, but in alignment with a new possibility. And that's the quiet miracle of the self-fulfilling prophecy. If your beliefs can trap you, they can also free you. If fear can build a cage, then courage can build a bridge. And courage here doesn't mean certainty. It means trying a new expectation, even when the old one feels safer. It means letting someone surprise you, letting success stay, letting love soften your edges without preparing for the cut. It means trusting that maybe, just maybe, life can be good, that people can be kind, that you are worthy of joy without having to earn it through struggle, that things can unfold without unraveling. So the next time you find yourself expecting the worst, pause. Don't shame yourself. Don't try to erase the thought. Just ask, what if something else is possible? And sit with that question, not as a command, but as an invitation. Because you are not the voice of your old beliefs. You are the one hearing them. And that means you have a choice to listen, to challenge, to rewrite, to become the author of a new reality, one that doesn't deny your past, but refuses to be defined by it. One that expects not perfection, but growth, not certainty, but possibility, not fantasy, but truth. And the truth is this: what you believe about life changes how you live it, and how you live it changes what it becomes. Your expectations are not passive. They are creative. They are seeds. And every thought you plant, whether rooted in fear or in hope, grows into something real. So plant with care and watch what blooms. The attachment wound effect, clinging or avoiding to protect yourself from pain. They told you love is the answer. That connection heals. That intimacy is where we find ourselves. But what they didn't tell you, what they rarely even know how to say, is that love, for some, doesn't start in comfort. It starts in confusion, in a stomach-clenching panic when someone gets too close or pulls too far, in the unbearable tension between needing someone and fearing what that need might cost you. Because when you've been wounded in your earliest attachments, when the hands that were supposed to hold you were inconsistent, distant, angry, or absent, you grow up learning that love isn't safe, that closeness is conditional, that connection is a currency you must constantly earn. And so you adapt, you survive. But the adaptations that protected you as a child become the patterns that haunt you as an adult. And suddenly, your relationships are no longer about connection. They're about defense, about strategy, about protecting the most fragile part of you, the part that still remembers what it felt like to be emotionally alone, even when others were physically present. That wound becomes your compass, not because you want it to guide you, but because it always has. And it splits you, silently, into two: the version of you that clings and the version that runs. Some learn to cling. They hold tightly, anxiously, desperately to the ones they love, not out of control, but out of survival. They need reassurance, not because they're needy, but because inconsistency carved that need into their nervous system. They monitor tone, timing, silence. They catastrophize gaps in connection. They apologize for existing. They give more than they receive, not because they lack self-worth, but because they're afraid that withholding themselves means being left. For them, love feels like a test they are always one misstep away from failing, and so they overextend, over-explain, overcompensate. They learn to read micro-expressions the way others read words, because they had to, because growing up, emotional weather changed without warning. And now, even in healthy relationships, they brace. Not for drama, but for disappearance. Not because they're irrational, but because, once upon a time, being abandoned wasn't an idea, it was a memory. Others learn to avoid. They keep love at arm's length. They intellectualize their feelings. They call themselves independent, low maintenance, not the emotional type. But beneath that calm surface is a trembling vulnerability they've spent their entire lives hiding from. They've learned that need is dangerous, that closeness leads to entrapment, that the moment they let someone in, they lose themselves. So they dodge intimacy with subtle precision. They forget to reply. They make jokes when conversations get deep. They feel smothered by affection, not because they don't want love, but because they don't trust what it might do to them. To need someone feels like a risk they can't afford, because somewhere in their past, needing meant disappointment, vulnerability meant rejection, and now the safest way to love is to keep it slightly out of reach. But whether you cling, or avoid, or oscillate between the two, the root is the same: an attachment wound that whispers, connection is not safe. And the tragedy is that both styles are trying to do the same thing: protect you from pain. The anxious person says, if I stay close enough, I won't be left. The avoidant person says, if I stay far enough, I won't get hurt. But both are trapped, both are lonely, both are driven not by the present, but by the past. And neither one is free, because real connection requires risk. And risk is impossible when your nervous system is constantly on alert, scanning for signs that history is about to repeat itself. What no one tells you is how deeply your body remembers, even when your mind tries to rationalize. Even when you read the books, go to therapy, try to fix yourself. Your body still braces, still contracts, still recognizes familiar patterns of neglect, dismissal, disconnection. You get triggered not just by what someone says, but by how it mirrors what once went unsaid. You flinch at kindness, suspect warmth, sabotage closeness, not because you don't want love, but because you're terrified of what it might cost you to let it in. You test people, you push them, or you beg them to stay, not because you're manipulative, but because you're terrified, and your fear wears the mask of behavior. And your behavior tells a story your words can't. And this is where the cycle begins. The anxious attract the avoidant trigger the anxious, each reinforcing the other's fear, each dancing a choreography choreographed years before. They met, one reaches, the other retreats, one needs more, the other needs space, and neither feels truly safe, because safety, for both, is unfamiliar. Because healing feels like danger when you've spent your life surviving, so you sabotage it. Subconsciously, gently, repeatedly. You pick fights when things get calm. You shut down when things get close. You find fault to justify your retreat, or you tolerate too much too long, because abandonment feels worse than mistreatment. And the saddest part is, you start believing that this is just who you are. I'm just not good at relationships. I'm too much. I don't need anyone. But it's not who you are. It's who you became to survive. And yet, beneath all this is a longing. A deep, quiet longing to feel safe in someone's presence, to exhale, to stop performing, to stop pretending that love doesn't matter, to stop fighting for scraps of reassurance, to just be seen, held, known. Not perfectly, not endlessly, but consistently. You don't want perfection. You want reliability. You want to know that if you reach, someone will reach back. That if you speak, you'll be heard. That if you soften, you won't be punished. And that kind of connection is possible, but not while you're living inside your wound. Healing the attachment wound doesn't happen by accident. It happens through awareness, through recognition, through the slow, painful work of noticing when your past is scripting your present. It happens in moments of pause, when you're about to pull away or plead for closeness, and instead, you sit with the feeling. You ask, is this about now, or is this about then? Am I reacting to this person, or to someone they remind me of what do I actually need right now? And then, most courageously, you name it. You speak it, not as accusation, but as invitation. I feel myself getting scared right now. I notice I'm starting to push you away. Can we slow down? Can you reassure me? And those moments, small as they seem, are acts of profound bravery, because in them, you're choosing vulnerability over survival, connection over control, present over past. And slowly, things shift. You begin to tolerate intimacy without panic. You begin to express needs without shame. You begin to set boundaries without guilt. You stop clinging when someone steps away, because you trust they'll return. You stop avoiding when someone steps closer because you trust you can hold your ground. You stop confusing love with loss, closeness with danger, space with disinterest. And in that space, you meet a new version of yourself, not the anxious one, not the avoidant one, but the anchored one, the one who can stay, the one who can receive, the one who can love, not from fear, but from fullness. Because healing isn't about never being triggered. It's about knowing what to do when you are. It's about recognizing that the wound is real, but it doesn't have to define your future. That you can still love deeply, still connect meaningfully, still belong, even with scars, even with trembling hands. Because the wound may have shaped you, but it doesn't own you. And the moment you stop letting it run, the show is the moment your relationships stop being rehearsals of old pain and start becoming spaces for new safety. The inner critic effect, becoming your own harshest enemy. They say the world can be cruel, that people judge quickly, speak carelessly, and carry their own pain like sharpened stones they hurl without warning. But what they don't often say, what you're left to discover in the echo of your own thoughts, is that sometimes the cruelest voice isn't out there, it's inside. A voice so familiar you no longer recognize it as separate from yourself. It doesn't shout, it whispers, it corrects, it doubts, it reminds you of every flaw, every misstep, every moment you wished you could forget. This is the inner critic, not a thoughtful teacher, not a wise guide, but an echo of fear wrapped in authority. It masquerades as logic, pretends to protect you, claims to keep you humble, but what it really does is shrink you. Over time, this voice becomes the lens through which you see yourself. Every success is downplayed, every compliment deflected, every failure magnified beyond proportion. And slowly, quietly, without your consent, you begin to believe that this voice is the truth, that the way it speaks to you is the way you deserve to be spoken to. And so, you start treating yourself the way the world once treated you when it hurt you most. But you weren't born with this voice. You inherited it, built it, assembled it piece by piece from 100 small wounds. Maybe it began with a parent who only showed love when you performed, or a teacher who made your mistakes feel like shame, or a friend who made you feel invisible unless you were useful. Or maybe it wasn't a person, it was a culture, a system, a machine of expectations that taught you to measure your worth by productivity, by perfection, by the opinions of people who never truly knew you. And so you internalized their voices, you began to police yourself, to critique yourself before others could, to scan your own face for flaws before someone else pointed them out, to doubt your own brilliance so that no one could accuse you of arrogance. You became your own punisher, not because you hated yourself, but because you thought that if you were hard enough on yourself, the world would go easier on you, that if you punished yourself first, you'd avoid external judgment, that if you preemptively lowered yourself, you'd be safe from the fall. But there is no safety in self-abuse, no armor in shame. What begins as self-protection becomes self-persecution. You start expecting perfection from yourself in everything: your body, your work, your emotions, your relationships. And when you inevitably fall short, because you are human, the voice kicks in. You're a disappointment. You're not trying hard enough. Why are you always like this? And the cruelest part? You listen, not because you want to, but because you're too exhausted to fight back. Because you've been listening for so long that silence feels unfamiliar. Because this voice, as painful as it is, feels like home. And it's not just the words. It's the posture, the tightening in your chest when you make a mistake. The way your breath shortens when someone praises you. The way you deflect kindness like it's a trick. The way you can't look in the mirror without finding something wrong. You carry the critic not just in your mind, but in your body, in your nervous system, in the way you shrink from joy, in the way you preemptively apologize for existing, in the way you over-explain, overwork, overfunction, just to feel almost enough. And even then, the voice says, not quite. Do more. Be better. You could have done it right if you tried harder. It is a hunger that cannot be fed, a standard that cannot be reached, a punishment with no end. And you might think, this is just how I stay motivated. If I go soft, I'll fall apart. But the research says otherwise. Self-criticism doesn't improve performance. It impairs it. It doesn't make you resilient. It makes you fragile. It doesn't build discipline. It builds despair. Because what you repeat, you reinforce. And what you reinforce, you become. The more you speak to yourself with cruelty, the more you internalize the belief that you are unworthy of gentleness. And once that belief takes root, it colors everything. You don't pursue what you love because you assume you'll fail. You don't rest because rest feels undeserved. You don't allow yourself to feel proud because pride feels like a setup. And eventually, you stop dreaming. Not because you lack ambition, but because you've been trained to believe that your desires are too much, that your efforts are never enough, that your joy must always be earned. But what if the voice is wrong? What if it always has been? What if the shame you carry isn't truth, but a scar? What if you've been living your life under a spell? One cast by people who were themselves caught in their own pain, their own insecurity, their own inability to love without conditions. What if the critic isn't wise but wounded, not strong but scared, not helpful but harmful? And what if the way out isn't through more discipline, more striving, more perfection, but through softness, through curiosity, through the quiet, radical act of speaking to yourself like someone you love? That's where healing begins, not with silencing the inner critic, but with noticing it, naming it, creating distance, saying, "That's not my voice. That's not how I want to be spoken to. That may have protected me once, but it's hurting me now." And then, slowly, gently, you begin to offer yourself an alternative, a counter-narrative, not blind positivity, not hollow affirmations, but truth, compassionate truth, the kind that says, "I messed up, and I'm still worthy. I'm scared, and that doesn't make me weak. I'm trying, and that matters more than perfection." And the more you practice this, the stronger that voice becomes. Until one day, when the critic says, "You're not enough," another voice rises up and says, "Actually, I am." And yes, it feels awkward at first, like wearing clothes that don't fit, like speaking a language you barely know. But that's not because it's false, it's because it's unfamiliar. You've spent years rehearsing cruelty. Of course, kindness feels strange. But repetition works both ways. The same way you learn to be harsh with yourself, you can learn to be gentle. And the more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Until one day, when you fall short, your first instinct isn't punishment, it's patience. When you look in the mirror, you don't scan for flaws, you notice your humanity. When someone compliments you, you don't flinch, you receive it. Not because you've become arrogant, but because you've remembered your dignity. Because here's the truth, you cannot hate yourself into becoming better. You cannot shame yourself into growth. You cannot bully your way into peace. True change, the kind that lasts, comes from compassion, from holding your pain, not weaponizing it, from speaking to your inner world with the same tenderness you would offer a scared child. And that's who your inner critic is trying to protect, a younger version of you who was once hurt, who was once told they weren't enough, who still believes that if they're not perfect, they won't be loved. But you are not that child anymore. You are the adult now. You are the caretaker. And you get to decide how you are spoken to. You get to write new scripts. You get to choose voices that heal instead of harm. So the next time the critic rises, pause. Notice its tone, its tempo, its urgency, and then ask, what would I say to someone I loved who was feeling this way? And say that to yourself, again and again. Not because it will make the pain vanish, but because it will teach you how to stay, how to hold yourself without breaking, how to be your own safe place. Because that's what the critic never gave you, safety. But you can give it now. And in doing so, you stop being your enemy and start becoming your ally. Not perfectly, not instantly, but steadily, day by day, word by word, until the voice inside you no longer echoes old wounds, but sings new truths. And you finally begin to feel, not just intellectually, but in your bones, that you are already enough. The people-pleasing paradox. Losing yourself to make others like you. They tell you kindness is a virtue, that generosity is noble, that being selfless makes you lovable. And so, early on, maybe younger than you can even remember, you learn to smile when you want to cry, to nod when your heart says no, to ask others how they feel while stuffing your own needs so deep that even you forget where they live. You learn to read rooms before you read your own reflection. You become fluent in others' moods, others' expectations, others' silences. Because somewhere along the way, you were taught, implicitly or directly, that approval is conditional, that love is something earned, not given, that the surest way to be safe is to be agreeable, to not cause trouble, to be easy. And so you shape yourself into something smooth, something palatable, something that won't be rejected because it never shows anything sharp enough to provoke rejection in the first place. You become a people pleaser, not out of manipulation, but out of survival. Not to deceive, but to belong. And at first, it works. People like you. They call you thoughtful, sweet, dependable. They say you're the kind of person who's always there, always willing to help. And a part of you glows with that praise, because it feels good to be needed, to be appreciated, to be seen, even if only through the lens of what you can do for others. But another part of you, quieter, smaller, starts to ache. Because the longer you please others, the more you disappear. The more they rely on you, the more they forget to ask who you really are. The more you say yes, the harder it becomes to say no. Until one day, you realize you don't remember what your own preferences are. You don't know what you would choose if no one else's opinion mattered. You've become so used to bending that you forgot what it felt like to stand upright. And here's the paradox. The more you give of yourself to be liked, the less you feel liked for who you really are. You begin to wonder, would they still want me if I wasn't so accommodating? Would they still stay if I stopped saying yes? Would I still matter if I asked for what I needed instead of what they needed from me? You start to question every relationship, every dynamic. Is this friendship real, or just built on my ability to keep the peace? Is this love genuine, or just a reward for being who they want me to be? And so the very thing you craved, connection, belonging, love, becomes shadowed by doubt. Because when you live to be chosen, you always fear being unchosen the moment you stop performing. And it's exhausting to be constantly monitoring others' comfort levels, to be adjusting your behavior to match the emotional temperature of every room you enter, to say it's fine when it's not, to smile through resentment, to celebrate others while starving for acknowledgement, and worst of all, to blame yourself for it. Because people-pleasing often disguises itself as self-blame. When you're overlooked, you think, I didn't do enough. When someone's upset, you think, it must be my fault. You absorb emotions that aren't yours. You take responsibility for reactions you didn't cause. You apologize for your existence in 1,000 subtle ways, with your tone, your silence, your shrinking. And yet, when you do try to speak up, it feels unnatural. You worry you're being rude, selfish, difficult. The guilt creeps in immediately, not because you did something wrong, but because you dared to center yourself. You dared to say, actually, I need something too. And for someone who has built their worth around being needed, asking for something feels like sabotage, like betrayal. And that's the heartbreak of the people-pleasing paradox. You're so focused on making others happy that you never learn how to receive happiness for yourself. You're so busy avoiding rejection that you end up rejecting your own truth. You're so committed to being good that you forget how to be real. And let's be clear, this pattern didn't come from nowhere. It came from a childhood where love may have been inconsistent or earned through performance, where your emotions were too much or not enough for the people you needed most, where peace was kept by suppressing your needs, not expressing them. So now, as an adult, your nervous system equates authenticity with danger. Standing up for yourself feels threatening. Disappointing someone feels like abandonment. And so you play the role, even when it hurts, even when it costs you sleep, self-respect, time, energy, identity. But here's the truth. The people-pleasing voice won't tell you. Real connection requires conflict. Real love can withstand discomfort. Real relationships are built not on endless compromise, but on mutuality, where both people are allowed to have needs, limits, edges, where saying no doesn't end the relationship, it deepens it. Where showing up as yourself, fully and imperfectly, is not a liability, but the foundation of intimacy. You are not lovable because you never upset anyone. You are lovable because you are human, flawed, changing, full of needs and contradictions and beauty. So how do you unlearn people-pleasing? Slowly, gently. Not by becoming callous, but by becoming honest, by starting with small truths, saying, "I don't actually want to do that," even when it feels risky. Letting yourself disappoint someone and surviving the discomfort. Noticing the guilt and choosing integrity over appeasement anyway. Remembering that saying no is not rejection, it's clarity. That boundaries are not walls, they're doors that allow real intimacy to walk through. And most importantly, by reconnecting with yourself. Because you can't advocate for needs you haven't met yet. You can't protect a self you haven't taken time to know. So ask yourself, what do I actually want? What do I feel right now? If no one else had an opinion, what would I choose? These questions are acts of rebellion in a life built on compliance. They're how you begin to find your way back to you. And as you practice, things shift. Your relationships may get harder before they get easier. Some people may leave, especially those who benefited from your silence. But the ones who remain, they will meet the real you. And that's worth everything. Because finally, you won't be asking, do they like me? You'll be asking, do they love me for who I am, not who I pretend to be? Because in the end, people-pleasing is a hunger for acceptance that cannot be satisfied by performance, only presence, only truth, only by saying, here I am, with needs, with limits, with a voice, and knowing that if someone truly sees you fully, you won't have to chase love. It will stay. Because it's not conditional anymore. It's not earned. It's simply recognized. And in that recognition, you begin to feel something foreign and powerful. Freedom. The freedom to be whole. The freedom to be complex. The freedom to stop managing others' emotions and start honoring your own. And in that freedom, finally, you come home. The ostrich effect, ignoring bad news to protect your comfort. They say knowledge is power. That being informed is the first step toward transformation. That truth, even when it's hard, is always better than illusion. But they rarely speak of the weight that knowledge brings. The heaviness of knowing things you can't unknow. The discomfort of facing facts that don't align with the story you've built your life around. And so, despite all the praise we give to awareness, there exists a quiet, very human tendency to look away. To turn your face from the numbers, the signs, the signals. To bury your head, not in sand, but in denial. This is the ostrich effect, the psychological habit of ignoring bad news, unwanted data, or uncomfortable truths in order to preserve emotional comfort. And it's more than just procrastination. It's a defense, a survival strategy, a subtle agreement you make with yourself that says, if I don't acknowledge the problem, maybe it isn't really there, and it happens everywhere. You avoid checking your bank account when you suspect the balance is low. You delay reading test results, fearing what they might reveal. You scroll past difficult news because you're not in the mood. You put off the hard conversation, even as the silence begins to rot the relationship. You know something's off, but investigating it feels worse than tolerating it, because knowledge brings responsibility. It forces choice. And when the stakes are high, when the consequences feel irreversible, ignorance becomes comfort, temporary, fragile, but comfort nonetheless. And it's not just about external problems, it's internal too. You avoid reflecting on your habits because you're scared of admitting that you're stuck. You steer away from questions that might unravel the identity you've worked so hard to construct. You pretend not to notice the ways you self-sabotage, because noticing would mean confronting why you do it. And that confrontation might demand change, might demand effort, might demand grief, for the time lost, for the truth denied, for the version of you that would have grown if only you'd looked sooner. But the mind is clever. It rationalizes avoidance. I'm just waiting for the right time. I don't want to jump to conclusions. It's probably nothing. Let's just see how things play out. And beneath each of these phrases lies the same belief. I don't think I can handle what I might find. Because that's what the ostrich effect really is. Not a lack of logic, but a lack of trust. Not in the world, but in yourself. You fear that knowing will break you, that the truth will be too painful, too overwhelming, too irreversible. And so, to protect your present stability, you gamble with your future. You choose comfort over clarity, numbness over insight, delay over decision. But the cost is never nothing. Ignorance doesn't make the problem disappear, it just delays its discovery. And by the time it surfaces, it's often grown bigger, stronger, more complex. The late diagnosis, the financial hole, the friendship that decays in unspoken resentment, the habit that hardens into addiction, the warning signs that become consequences. And when that happens, the pain is twofold. The pain of the problem and the pain of knowing you looked away. That somewhere inside, you sensed the storm, but chose not to check the clouds. And the guilt of that, of being complicit in your own suffering, can be heavier than the truth you once feared. But this isn't about shame. Avoidance is not weakness. It's a form of intelligence. Your mind is trying to protect you in the only way it knows how, by managing your emotional load, by shielding you from overwhelm. And sometimes that's even helpful. There are moments when the truth really is too much all at once. But the problem is when avoidance becomes a lifestyle. When you begin to confuse safety with ignorance. When you believe that your peace depends on what you don't know. And that belief keeps you small. Because awareness isn't just power, it's possibility. It's the first portal to agency. You cannot change what you will not name. You cannot heal what you refuse to look at. So how do you begin to turn toward what you've been avoiding? Gently, with compassion. Not by ripping off the blindfold, but by slowly adjusting your eyes to the light. By acknowledging that your fear makes sense. That looking at hard truths doesn't mean you've failed. It means you're ready to grow. You start small. You open the envelope. You check the balance. You ask the hard question. You schedule the appointment. You listen to the feedback. You read the report. And in doing so, you begin to shift from reaction to response. From dread to decision, from helplessness to clarity. And clarity, while painful at first, is the soil in which self-respect grows. Because every time you face something uncomfortable, you prove to yourself that you are strong enough to hold it, to work with it, to do something about it. The illusion that truth will destroy you begins to fall away. And in its place rises a quieter, sturdier truth, that you can be afraid and still look. That you can be overwhelmed and still act, that you can grieve what's been lost and still reclaim what remains. And something else happens, something surprising. When you face what you've avoided, it often turns out to be less monstrous than you imagined. The bank account is low, yes, but not hopeless. The health scare is treatable. The relationship is strained, but not broken. The addiction is real, but so is the will to recover. Even when the news is hard, there's a strange relief in knowing, because now you can move, now you can plan, now you can stop leaking energy into the space between denial and dread, because that space, that limbo, is where the real suffering lives. The ostrich effect promises peace, but delivers paralysis. It whispers comfort, but cultivates fear, and fear feeds on the unknown, starves in the light. When you turn toward the truth, you starve the story that says, you can't handle this. You prove it wrong, moment by moment. And in that proving, you remember something you may have forgotten, that you are not fragile. You are capable. You are resilient. Not because you never avoid, but because you learn to return. Because you keep choosing truth, even when it trembles in your hands. Because you stop running, not from the world, but from yourself. So the next time you feel the urge to look away, pause. Ask yourself, what am I afraid to know? What would I do differently if I already knew the truth? What part of me believes I can't handle this? And then, even if your voice shakes, choose to look, choose to learn, choose to trust that you are stronger than the discomfort. Because you are. You always have been. And no matter what the truth reveals, you are not alone in facing it. You bring with you the full strength of every moment you've survived, every insight you've earned, every boundary you've rebuilt, every fear you've walked through and come out on the other side of. Because the real courage is not in never avoiding, but in always returning to the truth, to the mirror, to yourself. The cognitive dissonance trap. Lying to yourself to avoid painful truths. They say the mind wants to know the truth. That clarity is empowering, that facts set you free. But what they don't say, what most of us only come to learn through slow, painful unraveling, is that the mind also wants to be comfortable, to be right, to protect the version of reality we've already built, even when it's shaky, even when it hurts. Because truth, for all its purity, is often disruptive. It doesn't ask if we're ready. It doesn't care if we're attached. And when a truth arrives that threatens our identity, our beliefs, or the stories we've told ourselves about who we are or what we've lived through, the mind responds not with curiosity, but with conflict. This internal conflict is cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort you feel when your beliefs clash with new evidence. And instead of accepting the discomfort and adjusting your beliefs, most of us do what feels safer. We reshape the truth. We twist it, shrink it, rationalize it. Not to deceive others, but to survive ourselves. Because believing something for years about a person, a relationship, a religion, a system, even yourself, and then confronting evidence that challenges it, feels like standing on a bridge while the bolts begin to pop. You panic, not because you're weak, but because everything feels like it might collapse. Your sense of who you are, what you've lived, and what it all means is suddenly unstable. And so your mind, desperate to restore equilibrium, rushes to patch the cracks. You downplay the contradiction. You question the evidence. You cling tighter to the original belief. Not because it makes sense, but because it feels safer than the chaos of not knowing what to believe anymore. And over time, these mental gymnastics become a pattern, a reflex. You lie to yourself, not with malice, but with mercy, because it hurts less than facing the truth. And these lies come dressed in logic. They didn't mean to hurt me. It wasn't that bad. Maybe I'm overreacting. This is just how things are. You convince yourself the job is still fulfilling, that the relationship still has potential, that your coping mechanisms are working. You ignore the red flags, reinterpret the past, rewrite your own memories, all so you don't have to change, because change is terrifying. It asks you to start over, to let go of comfort, even if that comfort is dysfunctional. It asks you to grieve the years you spent believing the wrong thing, to mourn the version of yourself who didn't know better. And sometimes that grief feels unbearable. So instead, you retreat into rationalizations, and society doesn't help. We are surrounded by systems built on collective dissonance. Whole institutions teach us to deny what's in front of us, to accept contradictions as normal, to live in the gap between what is said and what is done. And when we see others doing the same, it reinforces our avoidance. If everyone is pretending, maybe there's nothing to confront. Maybe we're not lying, we're just adapting. But deep down, something aches. That small, persistent feeling that you're not being honest with yourself. That you're living in a house made of borrowed truths and painted over fractures. And it wears on you, because maintaining dissonance is exhausting. It takes energy to keep holding two conflicting beliefs, to keep justifying behaviors that don't align with your values, to keep loving someone who keeps hurting you, and convincing yourself that's what love looks like, to keep striving toward goals that no longer resonate and telling yourself it's just a phase. Over time, that gap between what you believe and what you feel starts to widen. Your mind splits, your gut speaks up, your body rebels. You feel restless, irritable, disconnected. Not because something is wrong out there, but because something is unacknowledged in here. And until you face it, nothing you build on top of it will feel solid. But here's the painful paradox. The longer you avoid the truth, the more damage the lie does. Not just to your choices, but to your sense of self. You stop trusting your own perception. You start second-guessing your instincts. You wonder why you're so tired all the time, why joy feels distant, why nothing feels fully real. It's because you're holding a contradiction inside you like a knot that won't unwind, and the only way to loosen it is to do the thing you fear most. Tell yourself the truth. But truth doesn't arrive as a single moment. It arrives in waves. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it screams. Sometimes it's a quiet realization in the middle of a mundane day. I'm not happy here. They don't treat me well. This isn't who I want to be. And when it comes, it doesn't just ask you to listen. It asks you to act. To choose discomfort over denial. To let go of the version of your hours on life that felt safe, but was never whole. And that's where courage lives. Not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to walk into the storm anyway. And here's what no one tells you. The truth might hurt, but it also heals. When you stop lying to yourself, even in small ways, something shifts. You begin to breathe more freely. Your choices align. Your mind rests. You stop building around a wound and start building from a core. You stop defending a false self and start discovering your real one. And that self, that raw, honest, grounded self, is where peace begins. Not peace that avoids pain, but peace that makes room for it. That holds complexity. That says, yes, I was wrong. Yes, I didn't know better. Yes, I stayed too long. And also, yes, I'm still worthy. Yes, I can start again. Yes, I can build something truer. And slowly, life begins to realign. You stop forcing things that don't fit. You stop apologizing for truths that need to be spoken. You stop fearing the collapse of illusions, because now you'd rather live in the rubble of truth than in the castle of lies. You realize that wholeness doesn't come from being right. It comes from being real. That integrity isn't about perfection. It's about alignment. That the greatest gift you can give yourself isn't certainty, it's honesty. So the next time you feel the tug of dissonance, that internal friction between what you believe and what you're doing, pause. Ask yourself, what story am I telling right now to avoid discomfort? What am I afraid will happen if I admit the truth? Who would I be if I stopped lying to myself, even a little? And let the answers come, even if they scare you. Because those answers are doors, and walking through them is not weakness, it's liberation. The kind that doesn't shout or shine, but that settles into your bones like gravity. Quiet, unshakable, true. Because in the end, the truth you avoid becomes the life you delay. And the moment you stop lying to yourself, your real life begins. The hedonic treadmill, never being truly satisfied, always wanting more. They tell you that once you reach a certain point, once you get the job, earn the money, fall in love, buy the house, sculpt the body, you'll finally feel it. The peace, the arrival, the quiet breath of satisfaction that tells you you've made it, that you can rest now. And so, like everyone else, you begin to run. Toward that goal, that image, that version of happiness you've been sold since before you could speak. You make the vision board, you chase the promotion, you count the calories, you refresh the notifications, you climb and climb and climb, and sometimes you get there. You win the thing, you post the picture, you feel the rush of finally, but it fades, it always fades. A day, a week, a month if you're lucky, and then a familiar hunger returns, not in your stomach, but in your spirit. A voice that says, what's next? Is this it? Why doesn't it feel better than this? And so, you run again. A new goal, a bigger milestone, a better version. You tell yourself this time will be different, but it isn't, because you're on the treadmill now, the hedonic treadmill. And no matter how fast you move or how far you go, you're still in the same place, striving, wanting, chasing, never arriving, never still. And at first, you don't see it, because the movement feels like progress. The hustle is praised. The upgrades are applauded. Your feed is filled with highlights, achievements, curated joy. Everyone's running too, so you assume it's normal, necessary. But deep down, something feels off. You start to notice that the highs don't last, that the new car smells like every other car after a while, that the praise fades, that the novelty wears off. And still, the voice in your head whispers, more. And so you push harder. You don't question the treadmill, you question yourself. Maybe I didn't aim high enough. Maybe I just need to work harder. Maybe, if I had what they have, I'd feel it. But the truth is, the treadmill isn't broken. It's working exactly as designed. Because hedonic adaptation, the psychological mechanism behind this trap, is not a glitch. It's a feature of the human brain. We get used to things fast. What once thrilled us becomes baseline. What once seemed impossible becomes ordinary. And so the gap between desire and satisfaction never fully closes. And this mechanism, once necessary for survival, now becomes a source of quiet torment. In ancient times, it kept us striving. More food, better shelter, higher status. It kept us alive. But in modern life, it keeps us restless, disconnected, addicted to the next thing. And worse, it makes us believe that the problem is internal, that our dissatisfaction is a personal failing, that if we just fixed ourselves, our mindset, our body, our productivity, we'd finally be happy. But happiness, in this system, is always just beyond reach, because it's tied to acquisition, not acceptance, to novelty, not depth, to external change, not internal grounding. And so we live in a loop. We buy the thing, adapt, feel empty, seek again. We achieve the goal, adapt, feel numb, raise the stakes. We fall in love, adapt, get restless, question it. And in doing so, we mistake movement for meaning. We trade contentment for constant stimulation. We forget how to sit still, how to be with what is, instead of always chasing what might be. And slowly, without even realizing it, we become strangers to the present. Our minds live in the future, when we get the next thing, fix the next flaw, arrive at the next milestone, and the now becomes a corridor we rush through on the way to somewhere better. But here's what the treadmill doesn't teach you: that satisfaction isn't a finish line. It's a practice, a skill, a relationship with the present moment that must be nurtured, not hunted. It's not something you arrive at, it's something you learn to notice, to feel, to allow. And that kind of satisfaction doesn't come from chasing more, it comes from honoring enough. From stepping off the treadmill long enough to ask, what am I running from? Whose version of happiness am I chasing? What would it mean to be content, not in theory, but in practice? These questions are uncomfortable because they confront not just our goals, but our identities. They ask us to stop moving long enough to feel what's really there. The loneliness behind the success, the emptiness beneath the achievements, the hunger that no accomplishment has ever fully fed. And facing that hunger is hard, because it requires mourning. Mourning the years spent running, the relationships sacrificed on the altar of ambition, the parts of yourself you abandoned in the name of becoming better. It requires grieving the illusion that if you just worked hard enough, chased fast enough, proved yourself thoroughly enough, you'd be worthy, you'd be happy, you'd finally get to rest. But there is no peace at the end of that race, only more running. So what does it look like to step off? Not to give up, but to wake up. It looks like slowing down even when the world tells you to speed up. Like asking why before chasing what's next. Like measuring success not by what you've gained, but by how fully you're present with what you already have. It looks like practicing gratitude, not as a performance, but as a rebellion against the scarcity mindset that says nothing is ever enough. It looks like noticing joy in the mundane, the way light filters through your window, the sound of someone's laugh, the softness of your own breath. It looks like letting contentment be real, even if it's quiet, even if it's not impressive. And this doesn't mean abandoning goals. Ambition isn't the enemy. Growth is beautiful. Aspiration can be sacred. But when it's rooted in lack, when your self-worth hinges on achievement, it becomes a cage. You begin to fear stillness, to equate rest with failure, to mistake burnout for passion. But true fulfillment doesn't come from escaping the present. It comes from inhabiting it, fully, authentically, repeatedly. And that's the hard work. To stay, to feel, to stop numbing with novelty, to make peace with what is, even while reaching for more. Because here's the truth, you will always want. That's the nature of desire. But you don't have to suffer for it. You can learn to want gently, to desire from a place of curiosity, not compulsion. to strive without abandoning the moment, to move toward more without forgetting the miracle of now. And in doing so, you transform the treadmill into a path, not one that loops endlessly, but one that leads somewhere deeper, somewhere real. So the next time you feel the itch for more, the urge to chase, to upgrade, to escape, pause. Ask yourself, what feeling am I trying to buy? What am I afraid to feel if I stop running? What would it mean to want something without believing I need it to be whole? And then, breathe. Look around. Feel your feet on the ground. Hear the silence beneath the noise. And remember, enough is not a destination. It's a doorway, one you walk through again and again, every time you choose to stop running, not from life, but toward it. The spotlight of perfectionism, never feeling good enough. They tell you to aim high, to work hard, to be excellent, to stand out, and so you do. You sharpen your edges, you double-check your words, you measure twice, cut once, and then cut again just to be sure. You become detail-oriented, responsible, meticulous, traits that get praised, admired, promoted. But beneath the surface, something else begins to take root. Not drive, not ambition, fear, the fear of not being good enough, the fear that one flaw will collapse everything, the fear that if you don't meet impossible standards, you'll be seen not as capable, but as a fraud. And so you push harder, you stretch thinner, you raise the bar again and again, not because it makes you better, but because better has become the only acceptable version of you. This is the spotlight of perfectionism, a gaze you carry with you everywhere, not from others, but from within. A spotlight that never turns off, always scanning for mistakes, always illuminating what's missing, never what's working. And under that harsh light, you forget what it's like to simply be enough. At first, it looks like discipline, like excellence, like a strong work ethic. People admire your precision, your standards, your refusal to settle. But they don't see the toll it takes. They don't see the panic behind the polish. The hours spent obsessing over details no one else will notice. The paralyzing fear of failure that disguises itself as just wanting to do your best. The emotional exhaustion that comes from constantly trying to outrun your own inadequacy. Perfectionism is not about being perfect. It's about avoiding shame, avoiding rejection, avoiding that sickening feeling that who you are isn't quite right. And so you become your own harshest critic. You preemptively dissect yourself before anyone else can. You rehearse conversations, overanalyze emails, agonize over whether you were too much or not enough. And no matter how hard you try, it never feels done, never feels safe, because the finish line keeps moving. And even when you reach a goal, the spotlight shifts to what you didn't do, what you could have done better, what someone else is doing more impressively. And it's not just about achievement, it seeps into every corner of your life. You struggle to rest because rest feels unearned. You struggle to delegate because others won't do it right. You struggle to love yourself because the version of you that deserves love never arrives, only the version that's a few improvements away. Relationships become performances. Vulnerability becomes a risk. Self-worth becomes conditional, always at the mercy of the next result, the next approval, the next gold star. And slowly, perfectionism stops being a motivator and starts being a prison, one where no matter how many accolades you collect, you still feel behind, still feel not enough, because the spotlight is always on, and under that light, flaws become magnified, while humanity becomes invisible. And the worst part? You often don't even realize it's happening, because perfectionism is socially rewarded, especially in cultures that equate productivity with value, flawlessness with professionalism, appearance with worth. You get praised for the very patterns that are draining you. You get promoted for your hypervigilance, complimented for your overfunctioning, admired for your standards. And so the cycle deepens. You start to confuse self-criticism with humility, obsession with passion, control with competence. But they're not the same. Perfectionism isn't the path to mastery. It's the avoidance of being seen as messy. And in that avoidance, you lose something sacred, your freedom to be human. Because perfectionism doesn't just chase excellence, it fears being exposed. It says, if they see the real me, the tired me, the confused me, the imperfect me, they'll walk away, so you hide. You perform, you shrink, or you overcompensate, trying to cover every crack with achievements, with polish, with proof. But the cracks remain, and eventually, the pressure leaks. In burnout, in anxiety, in isolation, in the quiet, grief of living a life that looks beautiful on the outside but feels hollow within. But here's what the spotlight never tells you. Perfection is not lovable. It's unreachable. It creates admiration, yes, but not intimacy. It inspires envy, maybe, but not connection. Because real connection is built in the broken places, in the stumbles, in the laughter after failure, in the shaky, I don't know, in the messy, miraculous truth of being a work in progress. You don't bond with people through your flawlessness. You bond through your humanness, through your honesty, through the courage it takes to show up, not polished, but real. So how do you step out from the spotlight? Not all at once, not by swinging to the opposite extreme, but by gently questioning the script. What would happen if this wasn't perfect? Whose standard am I trying to meet? What am I afraid will happen if I let myself be seen as I am? And slowly, you begin to loosen the grip. You let the email go without rewriting it 5 times. You wear the outfit without obsessing. You leave the project imperfect, but done. You say, this is enough, and believe it. Even when the voice in your head says otherwise. And yes, the voice doesn't go silent right away. It keeps whispering, keeps warning. Because perfectionism isn't just a habit. It's a defense against shame, against rejection, against the memory of when you were told, directly or indirectly, that being yourself wasn't quite good enough. And so healing perfectionism isn't about lowering your standards. It's about questioning the fear beneath them. It's about learning that your worth isn't on the line every time you speak, create, perform, or show up. It's about realizing that you don't have to earn the right to breathe easy. And when that realization begins to settle, not just in your mind, but in your nervous system, something beautiful happens. You start to feel safe inside your own skin. You start to speak without rehearsing. You start to rest without guilt. You start to love without proving. You start to create, not to impress, but to express. Not to control outcomes, but to connect. You begin to trust that being enough isn't a destination. It's a decision. One you make every day. One that says, I am allowed to be incomplete. I am allowed to learn out loud. I am allowed to grow in public. Because the opposite of perfection isn't failure, it's freedom. Freedom to try, freedom to feel, freedom to be. And in that freedom, you remember what the spotlight made you forget. That you were never meant to be flawless. You were meant to be whole. And wholeness includes the cracks, the softness, the undone parts, the stories that don't have tidy endings. Wholeness includes you, just as you are. The broken mirror effect, seeing a distorted version of yourself. They say self-awareness is a gift, that knowing who you are is the foundation of growth, of confidence, of peace. But what they don't say, what they often forget, is that most of us don't see ourselves clearly. Not because we're blind, but because the mirror we look into is cracked. Not visibly, not obviously, but fractured in quiet, precise ways. A flaw here, a chip there. And through those fractures, your reflection becomes warped. Not enough to notice at first, but enough to change what you see. Enough to make you question not just how you appear, but who you are. This is the broken mirror effect. The phenomenon of internalizing distorted, outdated, or externally imposed perceptions of yourself so deeply that they become your identity. It's not that you're lying to yourself, it's that the lens you've been taught to see through has never been clean. And over time, you begin to confuse the distortion with truth. It starts in childhood. Before you even have words for self-image, you begin absorbing the reactions of the people around you, their tone, their approval, their disappointment. You learn what earns love, what invites silence, what triggers anger, and slowly, you begin to shape your behavior, not around your own essence, but around survival, around staying safe, around being accepted. If you were called too loud, you become quiet. If you were shamed for crying, you become stoic. If you were praised only for achievement, you chase success like oxygen. And each adaptation creates a crack. Each unspoken rule, don't be too much, don't ask for too much, don't feel too deeply, etches itself into the glass. And before long, you stop questioning the reflection. You assume it's accurate. You look at the image and say, this is who I am. Not realizing that who you are has been buried beneath who you thought you had to be. And the distortion doesn't stop there. As you grow, you collect mirrors from the world, peers, teachers, media, partners, and each one reflects a version of you that may not be true, but feels true. You're told you're not attractive enough, so you spend years at war with your body. You're told you're too sensitive, so you numb your feelings. You're told you're not smart, not masculine, not feminine, not strong, not cool, not enough. And even if you resist those labels consciously, a part of you still wonders, still absorbs, still doubts, because repetition feels like truth, because familiarity feels like fact. And so, the broken mirror becomes your reality, and it's insidious, because it doesn't show up all at once. It creeps in slowly, in the way you criticize yourself, in the opportunities you don't take, in the way you brush off compliments, in the way you replay awkward moments in your head for hours, in the way you stay small, not because you want to, but because some part of you believes that's your place. You wear armor made of old perceptions. You live out stories that were never yours to begin with. And worst of all, you forget that the reflection can be wrong. You forget that you're not the version of yourself that others couldn't understand. You're not the projection of someone else's insecurity. You're not the product of someone else's brokenness. But when the mirror has been broken for so long, clarity feels foreign, accuracy feels suspicious, and self-love feels like a lie. And so, even when you try to heal, even when you say the affirmations, go to therapy, read the books, there's a part of you that resists, that says, this can't be true. I don't deserve this peace. I'm not like those people. And that voice doesn't come from ego. It comes from injury, from years of looking into a cracked mirror and being told that what you see is who you are. And that injury becomes internalized. It becomes your tone, your thoughts, your hesitation. You sabotage the good not because you don't want it, but because you don't recognize yourself in it. You reject the love because it doesn't match the story. You push away the compliments because they don't fit the image. You stay in places that hurt because at least they're familiar. And in doing so, you reinforce the very distortion you long to escape. But here's the truth the broken mirror hides. Who you are is not what you've been told. Who you are is not the sum of other people's opinions. Not your worst mistake. Not your lowest moment. Not your most anxious thought. You are not broken. You are reflected through brokenness. And there's a difference, a profound one. Because mirrors can lie, people can project. And just because something feels familiar doesn't make it true. So how do you reclaim your reflection? Gently, deliberately, with patience. You start by noticing the voice, the one that says, you're not enough, you always mess this up, you're too much, you're not likable, you don't deserve this. You hear it, and instead of obeying, you pause. You ask, whose voice is that? When did I first hear that? Is this mine or inherited? And with each question, you begin to trace the cracks. You begin to separate the reflection from the reality. And then you go deeper. You practice seeing yourself not as a role to perform, but as a person to meet. You journal. You cry. You laugh awkwardly in therapy. You challenge the narratives. You let yourself be messy and brave and unsure and still worthy. You surround yourself with people who reflect back something real, something kind, something whole. People who don't flinch when you drop the mask. People who see past the distortion and say, I still see you, and you're still good. And, over time, your image begins to change. Not because you've become someone new, but because you're finally seeing who you've been all along. The softness that used to feel like weakness now looks like strength. The needs that felt like burdens now feel like signals. The dreams you buried because someone said they were silly now feel sacred. And most of all, the reflection, your reflection, starts to feel less like a threat and more like a homecoming. This is the work. Not to fix yourself, but to unlearn what made you think you needed fixing. Not to chase a better version, but to make peace with the real one. The one who's been waiting, beneath all the distortions, to be welcomed back into the light. And the more you do this, the less power the broken mirror holds. It may still crackle in your periphery. It may still whisper from time to time. But now, you know better. You've seen beyond the glass. You've looked inward, not just outward. And what you found there wasn't perfect, but it was beautiful. It was honest. It was you. So the next time you look at yourself, literally or figuratively, pause. Breathe. Ask, is this the truth, or is this a reflection warped by old wounds? And then choose. Choose to see deeper. Choose to peel back the layers. Choose to rewrite the script, because you deserve a mirror that reflects, not diminishes. A mirror that shows the scars, yes, but also the strength, the resilience, the radiance. You deserve to see yourself clearly, not through the lens of fear or memory or others' expectations, but through love, through patience, through truth. Because when the mirror finally clears, what you find is not someone lacking, not someone broken, but someone becoming. And that version of you, raw, real, rising, is more than enough. The rejection sensitivity, overreacting to small social slights. They tell you not to take things personally, that people are busy, distracted, tired, that not everything is about you. That silence doesn't always mean disinterest, that a short reply doesn't always mean resentment, that sometimes people just forget, just misread, just move through the world without malice. But what they don't see, what they never quite grasp, is the way your body tenses at a missed message. The way your mind spins after an unread reaction, the way a passing glance, a joking comment, a small delay in response ignites something disproportionate in your chest. A deep, aching dread that says, they don't like you anymore. You did something wrong. They're pulling away, and it's your fault. This is rejection sensitivity. Not just the fear of rejection, but the acute emotional pain triggered by even the smallest cues that someone might be disappointed in you, annoyed with you, or turning away. And it doesn't matter how subtle the trigger is. Your nervous system treats it like a siren, not because you're dramatic, but because somewhere along the way, rejection stopped being an event and started being a threat to your survival. It begins early, often before you even understand the words that are shaping you. Maybe it was a caregiver who withheld affection when you made mistakes. Maybe it was a teacher whose disapproval felt like humiliation. Maybe it was the feeling of being left out of games, of being picked last, of being told you were too sensitive, too needy, too much. Or maybe it was subtler. 1,000 small wounds, eye rolls, sighs, unanswered questions that taught you, piece by piece, that being accepted was conditional, that love was earned by pleasing, that belonging could be revoked at any moment, and from then on, your nervous system went to work. It learned to scan for danger, not in the world around you, but in the people closest to you, in their words, their pauses, their energy, and that vigilance became your baseline. Not because you're fragile, but because emotional abandonment once felt like too much to bear. And so now even the softest cue can send you spiraling. A friend reads your message but doesn't respond and your heart sinks. A coworker is curt and your chest tightens. Someone cancels plans and your thoughts rush in. What did I do? Do they hate me? Are they annoyed? Did I make them uncomfortable? You begin filling in blanks with worst-case stories. And even if they reply later, even if everything is fine, the emotional damage is already done. You already lived through the rejection, already felt the distance, the loss, the shame, And it doesn't matter that your rational mind says, they're probably just busy, because your body remembers differently. Your body treats a pause like a threat, and your mind races to make sense of it, usually by blaming yourself. And the worst part, you know it's irrational. You know people have lives, moods, bad days. You know that not everything is about you, but knowing doesn't help, because rejection sensitivity isn't about logic. It's about pattern recognition. It's about a brain that learned to associate social cues with danger. It's about a heart that's been broken too quietly, too often. And so you overanalyze every interaction. You rehearse every reply. You walk away from conversations wondering if you said too much or not enough. You second-guess jokes, apologies, compliments. You say, "I'm sorry," when you mean, "Did I mess this up?" You say, "It's okay," when you mean, "Please don't leave." You seek reassurance, not because you crave attention, but because your nervous system doesn't know what calm feels like without it, and you try to fix it. You read about boundaries. You learn about attachment styles. You practice self-soothing techniques. And still, it happens. The spiral, the sudden drop, the unspoken panic that floods you when something feels off, and you hate it. Not just the feeling, but the part of you that feels it. You begin to resent your own sensitivity. You call yourself needy, dramatic, insecure. You internalize the rejection you fear, and that shame deepens the cycle. Because now, it's not just that you fear being left, it's that you believe you deserve to be. But here's what rejection sensitivity doesn't tell you: that this reaction doesn't make you broken, it makes you responsive. It means you care deeply. It means your emotional radar is finely tuned. It means your capacity for connection is profound, even if it sometimes turns against you. And that capacity is not something to be ashamed of. It just needs care, compassion, reframing. Because the problem isn't that you feel too much. It's that you were never taught what to do with all that feeling. You were never taught how to hold your own fear, how to remind yourself of your worth when someone else is distant, how to anchor your identity in something more stable than approval. And that's where the healing begins. Not in eliminating sensitivity, but in learning to interpret it differently, in learning to pause when the spiral starts, in saying, "This feels like rejection, but is it really? What else could this mean? What would I tell a friend in this moment?" It begins in letting yourself feel the panic without feeding it, in learning to hold your own hand when your mind wants to flee, in remembering that the absence of response is not the presence of disdain, that discomfort is not danger, that your value doesn't fluctuate with someone else's mood. And over time, with practice, the volume of the spiral lowers. You begin to delay reaction. You begin to trust that not every silence is abandonment. You begin to respond to your fear with kindness instead of shame. And slowly you build a new baseline, one where not every slight feels personal, where connection isn't measured by constant reassurance, where your self-worth isn't negotiated through every interaction. And yes, you'll still feel it sometimes. The sting, the doubt, the question. But now, you'll meet it with more clarity, more steadiness, more love. Because the truth is, rejection sensitivity isn't a flaw to erase, it's a signal to understand. It points to a part of you that still needs safety, that still longs to be chosen, that still flinches at the memory of being dismissed. And when you learn to offer that part of yourself what it always needed, patience, gentleness, presence, you stop outsourcing your peace to the behavior of others. You stop chasing approval like oxygen. You stop needing every message, every smile, every invitation to prove your worth. Because now you know, you are already enough, even in silence, even in uncertainty, even when someone else doesn't see it. So the next time the spiral begins, pause, breathe. Place a hand on your chest and whisper, not to convince, but to remind, I'm safe. I'm still loved. I am not defined by someone else's distance. And slowly, you begin to rewrite the story, not one where you're always on trial, but one where you are allowed to be sensitive and still secure, where you are allowed to feel deeply without losing your center, where rejection, real or imagined, no longer breaks you but simply passes through, Because now, the most important person, the one who stays, is you. The just world fallacy. Believing people deserve what happens to them. They tell you that life is fair, that if you do the right thing, if you work hard, stay kind, follow the rules, the universe will reward you. That good things happen to good people, and bad things are a result of bad choices. That justice is not only a system, but a natural law, a cosmic contract written into the fabric of existence. And so you internalize it. You build your worldview around it. You cling to the belief that the world is fundamentally just, not because it always seems that way, but because the alternative is too terrifying to bear. Because to admit that bad things can happen to good people, that suffering can be random, that cruelty often goes unpunished, and kindness unrewarded, feels like stepping into chaos. And so, to preserve order, to soothe your fear, you adopt the lens of the just world fallacy, a psychological defense that tells you quietly but firmly, people get what they deserve. Not always, of course, but often enough to make you feel safe, in control, morally elevated. And from this belief, a dangerous comfort is born. At first glance, it seems harmless, even helpful. It motivates discipline, reinforces moral behavior, creates a sense of predictability. But beneath its surface lies a subtle and insidious flaw. It doesn't just shape how you interpret your own life. It shapes how you judge others. You begin to look at people's misfortunes, not with empathy, but with suspicion. You hear someone's story of loss, poverty, illness, or heartbreak, and somewhere inside, a thought arises. What did they do to deserve that? They must have made bad choices. Maybe if they worked harder, tried harder, lived better, and just like that, the distance grows. You separate yourself from their suffering, not out of cruelty, but out of fear. Because if their pain is random, then your safety is too. If their tragedy is undeserved, then so is your comfort. And that's a truth most people aren't ready to sit with. And so, the just world fallacy seeps deeper. It shapes how you respond to the news, to social issues, to global injustice. You begin to subconsciously assign blame where there is none. You question the victim before the perpetrator. You demand that people prove their worthiness of support, of aid, of compassion. You uphold systems not because they are fair, but because they are familiar. And to question them would mean questioning the very structure of your reality. Because this fallacy doesn't live in facts, it lives in fear. The fear that life is unpredictable. That control is an illusion. That you too could fall, could lose, could suffer without cause. And the cruelty of this fallacy is that it turns pain into a moral failure. It takes someone's worst moment and makes it a reflection of their worth. It teaches people to hide their struggle, to mask their vulnerability because suffering becomes shameful. It creates a world where people whisper their grief, their diagnoses, their abuse, their debt, not because they lack courage, but because they fear being blamed, judged, dismissed. It makes us more interested in whether someone deserved their misfortune than in how we can help them through it. And in doing so, it erodes compassion. It poisons empathy. It makes us mistake privilege for virtue and struggle for sin. But the real tragedy? We apply it to ourselves too. When things go wrong, we don't just feel pain, we feel guilt. We wonder, what did I do wrong? Why is this happening to me? Am I being punished? We treat suffering as a signal that we are broken, flawed, unworthy. We search our past for mistakes, our hearts for darkness, desperate to find a reason that makes the pain make sense. But sometimes pain doesn't make sense. Sometimes people do everything right and still get hurt. Sometimes life doesn't balance the scales, not in the moment, not in the way we want. And no belief system, no matter how elegant, can protect us from that truth. And yet, there is another side, another kind of justice. Not cosmic, not guaranteed, but chosen, created, built by us, piece by piece, every time we resist the urge to judge and choose to understand instead. Every time we sit with someone's pain without trying to assign it a cause. Every time we say, "I'm sorry this happened to you," instead of, "What did you expect?" This is where real humanity lives. Not in a fairy tale where everything happens for a reason, but in a messy, unpredictable world where we create meaning through how we show up for each other, where we acknowledge that some things are not fair and never will be, but that fairness is not a prerequisite for compassion. And when we do this, when we let go of the need for everything to be deserved, we free ourselves too. We allow our own grief. We stop punishing ourselves for pain. We make room for healing without explanation. We begin to live not as judges, but as witnesses, as companions, as people who understand that life is not a moral scorecard, but a fragile, fleeting experience that asks for tenderness far more than judgment. So the next time you find yourself thinking, "They must have done something," pause. Ask yourself, am I trying to protect myself from the discomfort of empathy? Am I mistaking cause for comfort? What would change if I believed this could happen to anyone, including me? And in that moment, choose compassion, choose connection, choose to see the humanity beneath the headlines, the dignity beneath the difficulty, the person beneath the pain. Because justice isn't always about deserving. Sometimes it's about showing up anyway. The halo effect, letting one good trait blind you to the rest. They tell you to trust your instincts, that your first impression is usually right, that some people just have something, a charisma, a kindness, a competence that makes you feel safe, inspired, drawn in, and so you believe them. You meet someone, and something about them glows. Maybe it's their confidence, their beauty, their intelligence, their warmth. Maybe it's the way they speak, or how others respond to them, or the way they carry themselves, like they've figured something out that you haven't. And in that glow, you begin to see more than just the trait. You begin to construct a story. You assume they're trustworthy because they're charming, that they're kind because they're articulate, that they're good because they're gifted. This is the halo effect, the cognitive bias where one positive quality creates a kind of mental spotlight that spills into every corner of a person's character. And in that spotlight, you don't just see the good, you stop seeing the rest. At first, it feels harmless, human, natural, because the mind craves simplicity. It wants to believe that goodness clusters together, that competence in one area implies competence in another, that beauty reflects morality, that likability equals integrity. And so, when you admire someone, you subconsciously lower your guard. You excuse small red flags, you downplay inconsistencies, you reframe rudeness as assertiveness, cruelty as honesty, selfishness as ambition. You convince yourself, they must know what they're doing. There's probably a reason. They wouldn't be like this if they weren't fundamentally good. And just like that, the light of the halo blinds you to the shadows you should be noticing. But the danger of the halo effect is not just in overestimating others, it's in underestimating yourself. You begin to feel smaller around people with halos. You question your instincts, defer your voice, hesitate in your truth. You give them the benefit of the doubt while giving yourself the burden of proof. You allow them to set the tone, to define the rules, to shape the narrative, because your mind has decided they are better. And so, you stop engaging as an equal. You start shrinking, not because they demanded it, but because the halo distorted the space between you. And this doesn't just happen with individuals. It happens with celebrities, politicians, leaders, influencers. You admire their talent, their presence, their success, and so you project integrity, wisdom, virtue. You assume depth where there might be only polish. You mistake performance for authenticity. And when their flaws inevitably surface, you feel betrayed. Not because they were supposed to be perfect, but because you believed the halo meant they were whole. And in that betrayal, you either turn on them completely, or worse, double down on the illusion. You defend, deny, rationalize, because the mind resists complexity. It wants heroes or villains, not both in the same skin. But the truth is, people are not halos. They are mosaics, made of light and shadow, brilliance and contradiction. And when you see someone only through their best trait, you miss the fullness of who they are. You miss the nuance. You miss the truth. And sometimes you get hurt. You stay in relationships too long. You hire the wrong person. You trust the wrong leader. You idolize someone who never asked to be your ideal. And when the illusion cracks, it's not just painful, it's disorienting. Because you have to confront not just their complexity, but your own blindness. And the halo effect isn't always about others. It works in reverse too. You apply it to yourself, but backwards. You fixate on one flaw, one failure, one insecurity, and let it define your whole identity. You say, I'm bad at math, and start believing you're bad at everything analytical. You say, I'm awkward, and assume you're unlovable. You carry one mistake like it's your entire personality. And just as you've put halos on others, you cast shadows over yourself. You forget your strengths. You ignore your depth. You assume that one scar makes your whole story unworthy. But none of us are one thing. No one is entirely competent, or kind, or wise, or broken. We are shifting constellations, brilliant in some ways, blind in others. And when we begin to accept this, we stop expecting perfection. We stop projecting it. We stop chasing it. We allow people, including ourselves, to be real, to be messy, to be human. And that's where real connection begins, not in the glow of a halo, but in the light of honesty. When you see someone's strength and still acknowledge their flaws, when you admire someone's gifts and still hold them accountable, when you love someone's beauty and still make space for their brokenness, when you stop putting people on pedestals and start sitting beside them on the ground. So how do you dismantle the halo effect? You start by noticing it. When you find yourself overly impressed, pause, ask, what am I assuming based on this one quality? What might I be overlooking? Am I seeing this person or a projection? And when you feel small in someone's presence, ask, am I shrinking because they are more, or because I believe I am less? Have I confused admiration with hierarchy? And when you're hard on yourself, when your inner critic paints you in one color, remember, you too are a mosaic. You are allowed to be brilliant and unsure, kind and imperfect, healing and unfinished. Because the real danger of the halo effect isn't just misjudging others, it's forgetting that you are worthy of standing in your own light, that you don't need to glow perfectly to be seen, that you don't need to impress to belong, that your value is not measured by one trait, one moment, one version of yourself. You are not here to live in someone else's shadow or to disappear beneath your own. You are here to be whole, and wholeness requires seeing clearly, not just the shine, but the substance. The bandwagon effect. Doing things just because others are. They tell you to think for yourself, to follow your own path, to be original, authentic, independent. And maybe you believe you do. Maybe you pride yourself on making your own decisions, forming your own opinions, building a life that reflects your own values. But beneath that confidence, beneath the curated identity and filtered self-image, there's a quieter force at play, one that moves through crowds, headlines, group chats, trends, timelines, and the unspoken emotional currents of belonging. It's the bandwagon effect, the psychological pull to adopt certain beliefs, preferences, or behaviors simply because other people are doing it. Not because it aligns with your truth, but because it feels safer than standing apart. Because when enough people start moving in the same direction, the mind doesn't ask, is this right? It asks, am I being left behind? And at first it's nearly invisible. It looks like participation, like enthusiasm, like staying informed. You wear what's trending not because you love it, but because everyone else is. You watch the series everyone's talking about, not because it calls to you, but because you don't want to feel excluded. You download the app. You mimic the slang. You echo opinions you haven't fully examined. You laugh at jokes you don't quite understand. You nod in conversations to avoid the awkwardness of saying, I don't know. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the desire to belong overrides the instinct to think, to pause, to choose. You don't even notice it at first because the bandwagon effect doesn't demand submission. It seduces through familiarity, through repetition, through that warm, quiet rush that comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, even if it isn't yours. And there's nothing inherently wrong with wanting to belong. Belonging is wired into our biology. We are social creatures, built for tribe, for recognition, for resonance. But the bandwagon effect exploits this truth. It turns your desire for connection into a script, one where your individuality is slowly rewritten in the language of consensus. And the scariest part, you rarely feel it happening, because it rarely feels like pressure. It feels like momentum, like movement, like everyone else is doing it, so maybe they know something you don't. Maybe they figured it out. Maybe this is the way. And before you know it, you've merged into the collective current, telling yourself you're steering the ship, when in truth, you're being carried. And this effect doesn't just live in fashion or entertainment. It shapes politics, ethics, ideologies. It drives mass behavior, fuels outrage cycles, decides what gets attention and what disappears. You see a post with thousands of likes and assume it must be valid. You read a take repeated across 10 accounts and start to accept it as truth, even if it contradicts your intuition. You see someone being publicly shamed and you hesitate to speak up, not because you agree, but because you fear the social cost of dissent. You feel the edges of your beliefs being softened, rounded, diluted, not through violence, but through quiet, constant exposure to the same voices, the same values, the same validation loops. And you don't call it conformity, you call it evolving, staying current, being aware. But somewhere in that awareness, you lose contact with your center. Your convictions blur. Your voice starts to echo, not originate. And it happens in the smallest moments. You go to the new restaurant, even though you hate crowds. You sign up for the challenge, even though it stresses you out. You buy the book, the product, the lifestyle, because everyone you admire is posting about it. You curate your opinions, not around what you believe, but around what feels shareable, likable, algorithmically safe. And each small decision, each subtle acquiescence, reinforces the loop, until you wake up one day realizing that much of your life has been shaped not by your own hands, but by the gravitational pull of the collective. And the bandwagon effect doesn't always look like joy. Sometimes it looks like outrage, like joining a backlash you didn't start, like piling onto someone who made a mistake, not because you're cruel, but because everyone else is doing it, and silence feels like complicity. You retweet, you comment, you share, not to hurt, but to not be the only one who didn't. And in doing so, you sacrifice something sacred, the capacity to pause, to ask, do I really believe this? Have I thought this through? Is this mine or inherited? Because the bandwagon doesn't reward contemplation, it rewards speed, agreement, applause. And it's easy to judge this, to see it as weakness, mindlessness, groupthink. But that misses the deeper truth, that bandwagoning is often a trauma response, a strategy for avoiding exclusion, a way to protect yourself from the pain of standing alone. Because standing alone hurts. It's lonely, it's vulnerable, it invites scrutiny, misunderstanding, rejection. And many of us learned early that being different wasn't safe, that raising your hand with the wrong answer, wearing the wrong clothes, liking the wrong thing came with a cost. So now, as adults, we tell ourselves we're just going with the flow. But really, we're still protecting that inner child who learned that being yourself meant being left out. And there's a second layer, more hidden, more heartbreaking. Sometimes we don't even realize we're on the bandwagon until it crashes. Until the thing we invested in because everyone else was doing it falls apart. The job that burned us out, the relationship that was never right, the lifestyle that looked good online but felt hollow in real life. And when that happens, when the collective approval fades, we're left wondering, did I ever really want this? Was this ever mine? How much of my life have I built on borrowed desires? And those questions cut deep. They ask us to confront not just our choices, but the silence beneath them. The places where we didn't ask ourselves what we wanted. The moments where we turned down our inner voice because it wasn't in sync with the chorus around us. But there's another way, not to reject the collective, but to re-enter it with awareness, to participate without disappearing, to be among people without becoming them. And that begins with presence, with asking hard questions in quiet moments. Do I actually believe this, or do I just not want to argue? Am I posting this because it matters to me, or because it will get a reaction? Would I still want this if no one clapped for it? And those questions don't make you cynical. They make you conscious. They reconnect you to your own compass. They help you feel the difference between resonance and reaction, between belonging and blending in. And when you begin to live this way, on purpose, with presence, you notice the bandwagon differently. You still hear its call, still feel its momentum, but now you have the strength to step aside. Not always, not perfectly, but often enough to preserve your integrity. You begin to reclaim parts of yourself that got flattened in the pursuit of fitting in. You remember what you love, not what's popular. You find your people, not your audience. You build a life that reflects your truth, not just the trend. And something else happens. You become a mirror for others, a permission slip. Because when one person resists the pull, others feel it. When you speak from your center, others hear their own. When you sit still while others rush, you remind them that stillness is an option, that they don't have to keep running, that they can step off, look around, decide for themselves, because the bandwagon effect only works when no one looks up, when everyone assumes the crowd knows best. But the moment someone pauses, asks, questions, wonders, the spell weakens, the momentum slows, the current begins to shift. And that shift, however small, is how truth re-enters the room. Not as a shout, but as a whisper, a choice, a remembering. So the next time you feel the pull, pause. Ask yourself, is this mine? And if it is, go boldly. But if it's not, let it pass. Let the wagon roll on without you. You're not falling behind, you're finding your way. The fear of regret, avoiding choices that could make you grow. They tell you to follow your heart, to take risks, to say yes to opportunity, to growth, to love. They tell you that the greatest pain is not failure, but the regret of never trying. And you believe them, at least on the surface. You nod at the inspirational quotes, save the motivational reels, agree with the logic. But when the moment comes, when the fork in the road appears, when your chest tightens with possibility and uncertainty, you freeze. Not because you're lazy, not because you're indecisive, but because beneath the surface, something much deeper takes over. A quiet, aching terror of choosing wrong, of looking back one day and thinking, I should have done the other thing. I should have known better. What if I ruin everything? This is the fear of regret, not just regret itself, but the preemptive dread of it. The anxiety that convinces you it's better to do nothing than to do something you might wish you hadn't. And in that fear, growth becomes threat, potential becomes paralysis. You find yourself stuck, not because there's no path forward, but because every path carries the haunting possibility that you'll hate yourself for choosing it. And it's not irrational. Regret is real. It's sharp. It lingers. It shows up uninvited years later, whispering what-ifs in the quiet of your mind. We've all felt it. The sting of words we wish we hadn't said. The pain of chances we didn't take. The bitterness of settling for less when something more was possible. Regret rewrites memory. It distorts the past and poisons the present. It makes you flinch at decisions that once felt right. So naturally, your mind wants to protect you. It builds strategies to avoid that sting again. It starts calculating every option through the lens of future pain. If I say yes to this, will I lose that? If I leave this behind, will I miss it later? If I try and fail, will I ever forgive myself? And soon, even simple choices become battlegrounds of overthinking. You don't just weigh outcomes, you try to predict how you'll feel about those outcomes years from now. You try to outsmart regret, outsmart life, and in doing so, you stop living. Because regret isn't just about what you did, it's also about what you didn't do, the call you didn't make, the idea you didn't pursue, the apology you never offered, the leap you talked yourself out of. But here's the paradox. In your attempt to avoid regret, you often create it. You stay in the wrong relationship longer because you don't want to regret leaving. You turn down the new job because you don't want to regret losing the old one. You keep your dreams at arm's length because chasing them might lead to disappointment, and disappointment might lead to regret. So you play it safe. You avoid decisions that feel final. You seek comfort over clarity. And the more you do this, the more your life starts to shrink. Not because you lack opportunity, but because you fear the emotional aftermath of choosing. And this fear is rarely loud. It's subtle. It shows up as procrastination, as self-doubt, as endless research, as asking everyone for advice but never trusting your own voice. It convinces you that waiting is wisdom, that hesitation is prudence, that inaction is safety. But what it really is avoidance. Avoidance of responsibility, of ownership, of the fact that no matter what you choose, some regret is inevitable. Because regret is not always a sign you chose wrong. It's often just a sign you cared, that you were human, that you had more than one desire pulling at your heart, and choosing one meant letting the other go. And here's what the fear of regret doesn't tell you. It's not regret that destroys us. It's the belief that we can avoid it altogether. That if we think long enough, hesitate hard enough, we'll find the perfect path. But perfection is a myth. Every path contains risk. Every decision contains loss. And some regret, no matter how small, is the cost of a meaningful life. Because a life without regret is a life without movement, without courage, without mess. And mess is where the learning lives, where growth lives, where you shed the skin of old identities and step into something real. But we're not taught to make peace with regret. We're taught to fear it, to treat it like failure. And so we carry this fear into everything. Into love, where we're afraid to commit in case it ends. Into career, where we cling to stability in case change brings loss. Into self-expression, where we stay silent in case our truth costs us connection. And the tragedy is that, in trying to protect ourselves from the pain of looking back and saying, I made the wrong choice, we guarantee we'll one day look back and say, I never really chose at all. So how do you live differently? How do you step off this mental treadmill of paralysis and into your own life? You start by accepting that regret is part of the package, that it's not a sign you failed, but a sign you tried. You stop measuring your decisions by whether they'll feel good forever, and start measuring them by whether they feel true now. You stop waiting for certainty and start trusting your capacity to respond to whatever happens next, because that's the real source of peace. Not perfect choices, but resilient hearts. The knowledge that no matter what unfolds, you can meet it with grace. That even if regret comes, it won't crush you, it will teach you. And from that place, you begin to choose, not recklessly, not carelessly, but with courage. You say yes when your body lights up, even if your mind trembles. You say no when your soul recoils, even if others don't understand. You write the book. You make the move. You end the thing that's ending anyway. You apologize even if it doesn't fix everything. You love even if it might end. And in doing so, you reclaim your life from the imagined future pain that has been holding it hostage. Because regret isn't the enemy. It's the echo of your aliveness. It means you were awake. It means you felt something. It means you stood at the crossroads and dared to care. And yes, sometimes you'll look back and wince. Sometimes you'll wonder what could have been. But you'll also know that you lived. That you didn't let fear be the architect of your life. That you showed up, messy, brave, imperfect, and chose anyway. So the next time you're caught in that swirl, heart pounding, mind spinning, terrified of making the wrong choice, pause, breathe. Remind yourself, there is no perfect path, only the one you walk with presence. No guarantee, only the gift of choosing. And then ask, what would I choose if I knew I could handle the regret? Because the truth is, you can. And in that truth, there's freedom. Not freedom from regret, but freedom from the fear of it. And that kind of freedom, that's how growth begins. The fear avoidance cycle. Letting fear control your actions. They tell you that fear is natural, that it's there to protect you, that it keeps you safe, alert, prepared. And in many ways, it's true. Fear sharpens your senses, focuses your mind, quickens your pulse to meet danger. But what they often forget to say, what most people never fully explain, is that fear doesn't only visit in moments of crisis. It creeps in quietly, patiently, gradually, until one day it isn't a reaction to danger. It's the architect of your decisions. It's the hidden hand that shapes your schedule, your relationships, your ambitions, your voice. And when fear becomes a compass instead of a caution light, you find yourself trapped in a loop that looks like safety, but feels like suffocation. This is the fear avoidance cycle, a pattern where fear dictates your behavior and avoidance reinforces the fear. A cycle where the very thing you do to feel better ends up making you smaller, weaker, further from the life you're meant to live. And the scariest part? It often doesn't feel like fear. It feels like, just not today, like maybe next time, like this isn't the right moment. It feels like procrastination, fatigue, logic, even wisdom. But beneath all those disguises, it's fear, cloaked, clever, controlling, and it starts somewhere simple. You feel anxious about something, a conversation, a performance, a change, a choice. Your body tenses, your chest tightens, your stomach knots, so you avoid it. You cancel, you delay, you distract, and for a moment, you feel better. Relief washes over you like safety returning. Your mind calms, your heart rate slows. You tell yourself, see, that wasn't so bad. But what you don't realize is that your brain is making a note. It's learning that avoidance works. That relief is accessible not by moving through fear, but by stepping around it. And so the next time fear shows up, the choice feels obvious. Avoid, again and again, until it's no longer a choice. It's a reflex, until your life becomes a map of what you've dodged. And over time, the world starts to shrink. Not literally, but psychologically. The once manageable fears become massive. The longer you avoid, the scarier they seem. What was once just discomfort becomes a threat. What was once a hesitation becomes a wall. And the longer you stay behind it, the more justified your fear feels. And this loop is self-sustaining, because avoidance prevents exposure. And exposure is how fear is healed. When you avoid, you never get to see that the conversation wouldn't have ended in disaster, that the stage wouldn't have swallowed you, that the trip wouldn't have broken you, that the answer would have been yes. You rob yourself of the data that disproves your dread. And so fear remains unchallenged, inflated, assumed. It becomes the truth by default, not because it is, but because you never tested it. And this is how the cycle tightens. Avoidance feels like a solution, but it's actually a saboteur. It steals not just your opportunities, but your resilience. Because the more you avoid, the less confidence you have. The less you trust yourself, the more fragile you feel. And that fragility justifies even more avoidance, and the cycle spins on. But it's not just about public speaking, or travel anxiety, or fear of rejection. The fear avoidance cycle infiltrates everything. You don't speak up in meetings, not because you have nothing to say, but because the last time you stumbled over your words, you felt exposed. You don't tell them how you feel, not because it doesn't matter, but because you're scared of being too much. You don't submit the application, not because you doubt your dream, but because you dread the no. And so your life becomes defined by the routes you didn't take, the love you didn't pursue, the ideas you didn't voice, the boundaries you didn't set, not because you were content with less, but because fear was louder than desire. And fear, when unexamined, becomes a god. You begin to worship it with your choices. You listen for its warnings more than your intuition. You confuse its voice with your own, and that's the heartbreak of the fear-avoidance cycle. You begin to mistake your cage for your personality. You say, "I'm just not good at that. I'm not brave like other people. That's just not who I am." But it is, or it was, before fear made your world smaller, before avoidance robbed you of the evidence that you can do hard things, that you can survive discomfort, that you are more than your defense mechanisms. And avoidance doesn't just restrict your actions, it rewires your brain. Neuroplasticity means the brain adapts to what you repeat. If you avoid, your brain strengthens those pathways. It becomes more efficient at freezing, fleeing, excusing. But the opposite is also true. Every time you face the fear, even in a tiny way, you teach your brain a new lesson. You weaken the loop, you build a different muscle. But that starts with awareness, with noticing the moment fear rises and choosing to stay, to breathe, to lean in, not to overwhelm yourself, but to prove gently and repeatedly that fear is not fatal. And this doesn't mean recklessness. It doesn't mean rushing into every panic-inducing moment. It means choosing curiosity over avoidance, saying, "What happens if I don't run this time? What if I stay in this feeling for one more breath? What if I let the fear be here, but don't let it steer?" And with each of those choices, something shifts. Fear begins to shrink. Confidence begins to grow. Not all at once, but slowly, steadily, like light returning to a room you forgot had windows. And the irony? The things you avoid to feel safe often make you less safe. Avoiding conflict can erode your relationships. Avoiding risk can stall your career. Avoiding vulnerability can starve your connections. Avoiding truth can trap you in lies. And perhaps the cruelest part is this: fear promises protection, but delivers paralysis. It tells you it's shielding you from pain, but really, it's cutting you off from life, from joy, from spontaneity, from the parts of you that only awaken in motion, in experience, in the stretch beyond comfort. So how do you break the cycle? Not with a grand gesture, but with a small defiance. One skipped excuse, one returned phone call, one, "I'm nervous, but I'll try." You start by facing, not the biggest fear, but the next one, the manageable one. You let your nervous system adjust. You let your body learn that fear is just sensation. That discomfort is not a danger signal, it's a growth signal. And you celebrate not the outcome, but the act of staying, of showing up, of reclaiming a moment from the grip of fear. And over time, the cycle loosens. The fear doesn't vanish, but it loses its dominance. You feel it, but you don't obey it. You hear its whisper, but you listen deeper, to the voice beneath, the one that says, "I want this. I can do this. This matters." And you begin to live, not reactively, but deliberately, not dictated by fear, but guided by something more honest, more whole, more alive. Because here's the truth. Bravery isn't the absence of fear. It's the refusal to let fear make your decisions. It's the quiet rebellion of doing the thing anyway, of taking the step, making the call, opening the door, saying the truth. And each of those acts becomes a crack in the cycle, a breath of freedom, a way back to yourself. So the next time fear rises and avoidance calls, pause. Ask, what am I trying to protect? What might I be missing by walking away? What would courage look like for the next 60 seconds? And then do that. Even if it shakes, even if it stumbles, even if the voice trembles, because fear thrives in silence, but it shrinks in action. And you were never meant to be ruled by it. You were meant to move, to reach, to feel, to speak, to choose, not fearlessly, but freely. The false hope syndrome, chasing quick fixes that never work. They tell you that change is possible, that transformation is just one decision away, that if you buy this book, follow that routine, repeat those affirmations, wake up early, go, all in, cut it off, start fresh, your life will finally fall into place. And you want to believe them, desperately. Because somewhere inside you, beneath all the layers of skepticism and fatigue, there's still a flicker of longing, a hope that maybe this time it'll work. Maybe this time you'll become the version of yourself you keep imagining but never quite reaching. So you commit. You mark the calendar. You throw out the old habits. You visualize. You act like someone reborn. And for a while, it feels real. The motivation, the clarity, the certainty that you finally figured it out. But then, days, maybe weeks later, it begins to fade. Slowly at first. You miss a day, then two. You feel tired. The old cravings return. The doubt creeps in. And suddenly, the resolve crumbles. The guilt sets in. And you're back where you started. Only, now with another layer of shame, another piece of evidence that maybe you're broken. This is the false hope syndrome. The cycle of chasing rapid, total change with unrealistic expectations, only to fall back into the same patterns, again and again, each time with a little less faith in yourself. And it doesn't just apply to diets or exercise plans. It shows up in every corner of life. The new productivity system you swear will fix your procrastination. The relationship that will finally make you whole. The course that promises mastery in 30 days. The cleanse, the challenge, the morning routine that guarantees millionaire results. The rebrand of your identity that you post about, but don't really feel yet. And each one arrives with the same promise. Fast, clean, total transformation. Reinvention without mess. Progress without discomfort. Healing without history. But these promises are lies. Sweet, seductive lies. Because change is never linear. It's never quick. It's never the result of one grand gesture. It's the product of 1,000 tiny choices, most of them made in silence, without applause, in the moments when no one is watching and the motivation is gone. But the false hope syndrome feeds on motivation. It's built on the high of new beginnings. It loves the feeling of potential more than the reality of progress. Because potential is perfect. It hasn't been tested yet. It hasn't failed yet. It's still shiny, untouched by the messy work of becoming. And so we get addicted, not to growth, but to the illusion of immediate change. We crave the emotional hit of starting over, of declaring that this time will be different, that we've cracked the code, that this new system, this new strategy, this new identity will finally erase the old pain. But no system, no matter how shiny, can overwrite what hasn't been confronted. No quick fix can bypass the slow, brutal honesty required for real transformation. And that's the heartbreak of it. Because the cycle feels like effort. You're trying, right? You're reading, journaling, visualizing, scheduling. You're doing all the things. But you're doing them from a place of desperation, not integration. From a place of urgency, not alignment. And so when the first setback comes, as it always does, you panic because you thought the fix would be permanent. You thought the transformation would be complete. You didn't account for the days you'd feel empty, unmotivated, triggered, human. And because you weren't prepared for those days, you interpret them as failure, as proof that the change didn't stick, that maybe it never will. And so you abandon the effort, only to start over again with something new. And the cycle continues. But the damage isn't just in the repetition, it's in the erosion of trust. Each failed attempt chips away at your belief in your own capacity to grow. You begin to see yourself not as someone becoming, but as someone broken. You internalize the inconsistency. You forget that transformation isn't about perfection. It's about resilience, about showing up even after the fall, about understanding that change isn't one decision. It's 1,000 redirections. But false hope doesn't teach you that. It teaches you to aim for impossible standards, to romanticize the finish line and demonize the process. It tells you that success should feel good all the time, that you should never slip, never regress, never doubt. And when you inevitably do, it tells you you're the problem. Not the promise, not the unrealistic narrative, you. And so you carry that shame into the next attempt. You try harder, stricter, louder. You make bigger declarations. You post about your new era before it's even rooted. You set rigid goals, hoping that discipline will compensate for doubt. But discipline, without compassion, becomes punishment. And punishment is not sustainable. It might produce short-term results, but long-term, it burns you out. Because you're not changing from love, you're changing from fear, from urgency, from the belief that if you just fix yourself fast enough, you'll finally be worthy. But worthiness doesn't wait at the end of transformation. It's the soil that growth has to be planted in. You don't become enough, you realize you always were. And from that realization, change becomes possible. Not as a performance, but as a practice. Not as a sprint, but as a slow unfolding. And that unfolding requires patience, presence, the willingness to sit in the in-between, between who you were and who you're becoming, without needing to rush through it, without needing to prove anything. And that's what the false hope syndrome doesn't allow. It doesn't leave room for the in-between. It wants instant results, clear before and after pictures, overnight success stories. It wants transformation that can be monetized, measured, and turned into content. But real transformation isn't aesthetic. It's internal, invisible, unshareable, most of the time. It's in the choice to show up on the day you feel like quitting, in the pause before reacting to an old trigger, in the quiet decision to rest instead of overachieve, in the slow reprogramming of your nervous system to tolerate peace instead of chaos. And none of that fits into a 30-day plan. None of that can be rushed. So how do you break the cycle? How do you stop chasing the high of quick fixes and begin walking the path of real, embodied change? You start by grieving. Yes, grieving. You grieve the years lost to illusions, the time spent waiting for a shortcut, the energy poured into programs that promised wholeness but delivered shame. You let yourself feel the disappointment, not to dwell, but to detox, to clear space for something real. And then you begin, again, but differently. Not with a declaration, but with a question. What do I need to face, not fix? What can I commit to gently, daily, without needing perfection? What would it look like to change from love, not fear? And from there, you move slowly. You take smaller steps. You set kinder goals. You celebrate effort, not outcome. You allow for setbacks, not as evidence of failure, but as data, as part of the learning curve. You stop expecting to feel motivated all the time and start building systems that support you when you're not. You get honest about your patterns, your pain, your avoidance, and instead of trying to bypass them, you meet them. You listen. You heal. Not by becoming someone new, but by remembering who you were before fear took the wheel. And over time, something shifts. The urgency fades. The shame softens. You stop starting over so dramatically and start continuing, imperfectly, steadily. You begin to trust yourself, not because you always succeed, but because you always return. You stop chasing the illusion of instant change and start embracing the quiet miracle of consistency, of showing up for your life, even when it's boring, even when it's hard, even when there's no visible reward yet. Because real growth isn't glamorous. It's not a highlight reel. It's a sacred, gritty, deeply personal process of becoming. And it can't be bought, can't be packaged, can't be rushed, but it can be lived if you're willing to let go of the fantasy and hold space for the truth that you are already enough, that change is possible, that healing is slow, and that the path forward is not through a shortcut, but through your own steady, grounded, fully human effort. So the next time a shiny new promise tries to sell you a better version of yourself in 10 days or less, pause, breathe, ask yourself, am I being called forward or sold a fantasy? And if it's the latter, let it go. Choose the path that respects your pace. Choose the version of growth that doesn't punish your past. Choose the process, not the promise, because real transformation is quiet, slow, real, and most of all, worth it. The toxic positivity effect, forcing happiness and ignoring negative emotions. They tell you to stay positive, to look on the bright side, to find the silver lining, to smile through the pain. And so you do. You wake up on difficult days and paste affirmations to your mirror. You swallow grief with gratitude. You silence your anger with mantras. You push through heartbreak with hashtags that say you're thriving. Because you've been taught that joy is the goal, that optimism is the answer, that happiness is the currency of worthiness in a world obsessed with bright, filtered, performative peace. But what they don't tell you, what they never say aloud, is that forcing positivity doesn't heal pain. It hides it. And the more you hide it, the heavier it becomes. This is the toxic positivity effect. The pressure to be relentlessly happy, even at the expense of your emotional truth. The expectation to deny, downplay, or overwrite negative emotions in favor of a curated version of resilience. And at first, it feels empowering, like strength, like maturity. But over time, it becomes a prison, one where your inner world is constantly on trial. Judged not by its honesty, but by its aesthetics. It starts innocently enough. You learn to count your blessings, to shift your mindset, to find lessons in suffering. And there's truth in that. Gratitude and perspective are powerful tools. But toxic positivity takes those tools and turns them into weapons. It tells you there's a right way to feel. That anger is weakness. That sadness is selfish. That pain is a problem to solve, not a signal to honor. And so you begin to censor yourself. You downplay your struggles. You compare your grief to others and decide yours isn't valid. You apologize for your feelings before you've even named them. You turn your inner landscape into a stage and you perform wellness instead of pursuing wholeness. Because somewhere along the way, you absorb the message that being uncomfortable makes others uncomfortable, and being real might make you unlovable. And it's everywhere. In workplaces where good vibes only replaces real conversations about burnout. In families where disappointment is met with, at least you have a roof over your head. In friendships where venting is allowed once, but anything more becomes too much. In social media feeds filled with highlight reels, where pain is either aestheticized or erased. And so you learn to smile when you're breaking, to nod when you want to scream, to post your wins and keep your losses silent. Not because you want to lie, but because the truth feels unacceptable, because the world celebrates your resilience but avoids your reality. But inside, the cost builds. Emotional suppression isn't neutral, it compounds. The sadness you don't process becomes fatigue. The anger you suppress becomes resentment. The fear you silence becomes anxiety. The disappointment you swallow becomes disconnection. And your nervous system, your body, carries it all. You begin to feel hollow, disconnected, numb, not because you've failed at being positive, but because you've succeeded at being inauthentic. And authenticity is the nutrient your soul requires to thrive. And what's worse, you start turning toxic positivity against yourself. You judge your sadness. You feel guilty for crying. You call yourself ungrateful for feeling overwhelmed. You start believing that if you were stronger, you'd be fine by now. That if you were truly evolved, you wouldn't still be struggling. That if you just meditated more, visualized more, journaled more, you'd be happy. And so, every moment of struggle becomes not just difficult, but shameful. You start to internalize the idea that happiness is not just desirable, it's mandatory. And that emotional complexity is failure. But here's the truth. Happiness is not the goal of healing. It's a byproduct of integration. Real healing honors the whole spectrum of human emotion. It doesn't bypass the dark to reach the light. It brings light into the dark. It says, yes, I'm grateful and I'm grieving. Yes, I believe in growth and I'm angry this happened. Yes, I'm hopeful and I'm still hurting. Wholeness is not about feeling good all the time. It's about feeling everything with honesty. It's about making room for the full range of your humanity without judgment. Because emotions are not problems to be fixed. They are messengers, indicators, invitations to pay attention. And when you ignore them in favor of forced optimism, you don't eliminate the pain, you postpone it. You push it into the basement of your psyche, where it festers. where it grows, louder, where it begins to show up in ways you don't understand. Irritability, disconnection, chronic stress, depression masked as apathy. Because unacknowledged emotion doesn't disappear, it finds new ways to speak, and those ways often sabotage the very joy you're trying to create. So how do you shift? How do you exit the cycle of toxic positivity and step into something more real, more sustainable, more human? You start by giving yourself permission. Permission to feel without fixing. Permission to be messy without apology. Permission to speak without a silver lining. You let yourself sit with sadness without searching for a lesson. You let yourself rage without labeling it as low vibe. You let yourself mourn what you've lost without rushing into what it taught you. You replace forced affirmations with honest acknowledgement. This hurts, I'm scared, I feel alone. And in that honesty, healing begins, because real strength is not found in the performance of happiness. It's found in the capacity to stay present with discomfort. 2. Hold space for your own pain without flinching. To meet your emotions as they are, not as you wish they were. And this isn't weakness. It's the foundation of resilience, of emotional intelligence, of authenticity. And the more you practice it, the safer you become, for yourself and for others. You become the kind of person who can hold space instead of shutting it down, who can sit in the dark without needing to flip on the lights, who understands that silence is not emptiness and that not every emotion needs a solution. And slowly, something shifts. You begin to trust yourself, not because you always feel good, but because you know how to stay with yourself when you don't. You begin to cultivate a kind of joy that isn't loud or shiny, but deep, steady, earned. A joy that coexists with sorrow, not in spite of it. A joy that is rooted in truth, not performance, because life is not meant to be lived in one tone. It is a symphony, rising and falling, complex and raw. And to mute any part of it is to rob yourself of the full experience of being alive. The joy becomes more vibrant when it is contrasted by sorrow. The laughter becomes more meaningful when it follows tears. The light becomes more sacred when it touches the dark. So the next time someone tells you to just be positive, pause. Ask yourself, is this what I need or what they need me to be? And if it's the latter, choose yourself. Choose honesty over harmony. Choose wholeness over performance. Choose the kind of happiness that doesn't require you to abandon any part of your truth. Because real happiness, the kind that heals, that lasts, that liberates, is never forced. It's allowed, it's invited, and it comes not from pretending you're okay, but from knowing you're loved, even when you're not. The false consensus effect, assuming everyone thinks like you. They tell you to trust your instincts, to speak your truth, to believe in your judgment, your values, your way of seeing the world. And so you do, at least at first. You craft your thoughts, build your worldview, sharpen your sense of right and wrong. And then, without realizing it, you begin to believe that what's clear to you must be clear to others. That what makes sense in your mind must make sense in theirs. That the emotions you feel, the logic you follow, the stories you tell yourself about how the world works, are not just yours, but ours. And this is where it begins, not out of arrogance, but out of assumption. A quiet, nearly invisible belief that your perspective is not just valid, but universal. That others see what you see, fear what you fear, want what you want. And this is the false consensus effect, the cognitive bias that convinces us that our own beliefs, behaviors, preferences, and values are more widely shared than they actually are. It tells us that our thoughts are the center of gravity, that our worldview is the default setting, that deviation from our lens is not just difference, it's anomaly, and at first it seems harmless. It creates ease in conversation. It fuels connection. You laugh with someone and assume they're laughing for the same reason. You nod in agreement and assume the agreement is total. You read a message and fill in the blanks with your own meaning. You make decisions assuming others would make the same ones. You interpret silence as understanding. You expect support because, of course, who wouldn't see it your way? But underneath that ease lies a subtle danger, a blind spot. Because the moment someone disagrees, hesitates, interprets differently, you feel not just surprised, but betrayed. You question their empathy, their intelligence, their integrity. Not because they're wrong, but because they're not you. And the deeper this bias runs, the more isolated we become. Not in the sense of being alone, but in the sense of becoming trapped in a hall of mirrors, where every reflection echoes your own perspective. Social media algorithms deepen this effect, feeding you voices you already agree with, headlines you already believe, values you already hold. Conversations become echo chambers, friendships become filters, disagreements feel like attacks because you've begun to equate difference with disrespect. And so, instead of seeking understanding, you seek confirmation. Instead of listening, you prepare rebuttals. Instead of being curious, you become defensive. And slowly, you begin to mistake familiarity for truth, agreement for reality, resonance for objectivity. And the tragedy, you lose the very connection you were trying to protect. Because connection isn't built on sameness, it's built on space, on the room between your mind and someone else's, on the sacred friction of difference. But the false consensus effect erodes that space. It tells you that difference is threat, that being challenged is being misunderstood, that if someone really knew you, they'd have to agree. And so you flatten others into extensions of yourself. You assume their silence is consent. You assume their decisions are about you. You assume that your empathy, your logic, your good intentions are self-evident. And when others don't reflect them back, you take it personally. You begin to feel alienated, not because the world has turned on you, but because it was never as aligned with you as you believed. And this doesn't just happen between strangers or in ideological arguments. It happens in love, in friendship, in family. You believe your partner knows how you feel without being told. You assume your friend will respond the way you would. You expect your parents to understand your boundaries without you ever articulating them. You think, if it were me, I'd never do that, and assume they won't either. But they're not you. They weren't raised where you were. They didn't live your traumas, learn your lessons, absorb your beliefs. And every time you forget that, you risk being blindsided. You risk assigning meaning that was never there. You risk building resentment on a foundation of fantasy. And this is the true cost of the false consensus effect. It keeps you from seeing others as they are. It replaces empathy with projection. It replaces curiosity with certainty. It convinces you that the world is a mirror when it's really a mosaic. And when the pieces don't fit your image, you don't adapt the image. You question the piece. You label it broken, irrational, wrong. But maybe it's not wrong. Maybe it's just different. And maybe that difference isn't something to be feared, but something to be understood. So how do you break the spell? How do you step outside the warm cocoon of consensus and into the richer, more complex space of truth? You start by remembering your mind is not the world. Your feelings are valid, but they're not facts. Your thoughts are real, but they're not reality. You begin to treat your inner voice not as a narrator, but as a perspective, one of many. You start to ask more questions, and not the rhetorical kind. You start to listen, not for agreement, but for understanding. You let other people be strange to you, confusing, contrary, and instead of seeing that as a threat, you see it as an invitation to expand. Because what if the point isn't to be surrounded by people who think like you, but to become someone who can sit at the table with those who don't? What if the goal isn't perfect resonance, but graceful dissonance? What if your strength isn't in being right, but in being real, in being able to say, I don't know, I hadn't thought of it that way, tell me more? And what if that kind of openness doesn't dilute your identity, but deepens it? Because the more you allow others to be fully themselves, the more permission you give yourself to do the same. You stop performing certainty, you stop needing validation, you stop assuming agreement is a prerequisite for love. And, in that space, messy, complicated, contradictory, something sacred grows. Not just understanding, not just tolerance, but truth. A kind of truth that holds many voices, that bends without breaking, that honors the strange miracle that we all live in the same world, but see it through utterly unique lenses. So the next time you feel the sting of disagreement, the moment someone challenges what you thought was obvious, pause, breathe. Ask yourself, am I hearing them or just hearing myself echo back? Am I making space for this person or trying to turn them into me? What if both of us are right from where we're standing? And in that pause, in that space, in that sacred unraveling of assumptions, you grow. Not by being agreed with, but by remembering that no one thinks exactly like you. And that's not a flaw. That's the miracle, the identity trap. Letting labels define and limit you. They tell you to find yourself, to figure out who you are, to claim your truth, wear your title, know your role. They say it with the best intentions, believing that clarity brings confidence. That self-definition is self-liberation. And so you try. You gather the pieces, the things you've achieved, the traits you've been praised for, the names you've been called, the roles you've learned to play, the labels you've been handed or hunted. And you begin to build your identity, not as a living thing, but as a structure, a framework, a story that makes sense of your place in the world. You tell yourself, I'm the strong one, the smart one, the quiet one, the rebel, the survivor, the peacemaker, the achiever, the outsider, the sensitive one, the overthinker, the problem solver, the one who's always fine. And it feels good, at least at first, because identity gives you something to hold on to, something to say when the world asks, who are you? Something to believe when life gets chaotic. But what they don't tell you is that the same labels that give you security can quietly become your cage. That the identity you've constructed to feel known can slowly begin to tell you who you're allowed to be. That the longer you wear the name, the more afraid you become of outgrowing it. And it happens subtly. You don't notice the shift when it begins. You just start avoiding things that don't match the script. You say no to opportunities that don't fit your type. You minimize parts of yourself that feel out of character. You dismiss feelings that contradict the role. If you're the funny one, you don't show your sadness. If you're the strong one, you don't ask for help. If you're the chill one, you don't express anger. If you're the success story, you don't admit confusion. And slowly, the identity that once anchored you starts to limit you. It becomes not just who you are, but who you must always be. Not just a lens, but a loop. And the world around you reinforces it. People come to expect the version of you they're familiar with. They get uncomfortable when you act out of character. They laugh when you get serious. They freeze when you cry. They back away when you assert a need. And so you learn, stick to the role, stay in costume, keep the peace. And the most dangerous part, you start believing the role is the whole, that the version of you the world responds to is the real you, that if you stop performing it, even for a moment, you'd lose your place, your value, your belonging. You start saying, that's just who I am, not as truth, but as armor. You call yourself an introvert to justify avoidance, a perfectionist to explain paralysis, a people pleaser to excuse your silence. You identify so strongly with your coping strategies that you forget they were born out of necessity, not nature. And the more you reinforce the story, the harder it becomes to imagine an alternative. But who told you that you had to be one thing forever? Who said that identity must be static? That once you name it, you can't change it? That if you shift, you're inauthentic? That if you evolve, you're betraying something? Because the truth is, identity is not a sentence. It's a season, not a brand, it's a becoming. You are not a fixed point. You are a process, a spectrum, a song still being written. And every time you cling to a label, no matter how empowering it once felt, you risk cutting off parts of yourself that are still unfolding. You risk mistaking the comfort of the known for the fullness of the possible. And this isn't just personal, it's cultural. We live in a world obsessed with categorization, with bios, hashtags, type indicators, Job titles, political affiliations, personality labels, trauma narratives. We're told to be something, clearly, consistently, confidently. And that pressure is relentless, because identity sells. It makes you legible, marketable, relatable. And the more tightly you hold your label, the more praise you receive for knowing who you are. But what if knowing who you are is less about having the right label, and more about being willing to let go of it when it no longer fits? What if authenticity is not about consistency, but congruence? Not about repeating a fixed truth, but about being honest with where you are now? Because here's the cost of staying in the identity trap. You begin to fear your own growth. You resist the parts of you that are changing. You sabotage new desires that don't align with old roles. You censor your curiosity. You stay loyal to a version of yourself you've outgrown, because to outgrow it would mean facing uncertainty, would mean starting over, would mean admitting that the story you told the world might need a rewrite. And that's terrifying, because we're taught that consistency equals integrity, that if you shift, you're flaky, if you reimagine, you're confused. But what if true integrity is found not in staying the same, but in staying honest? And honesty is messy. It doesn't always trend. It doesn't fit neatly into your bio. It can't be reduced to a type, a role, a function. Honesty says, I know I said I'm the strong one, but today I feel broken. I know I said I was healed, but this wound reopened. I know I said I hate vulnerability, but I need to be held. I know I said I'm always fine, but I'm not. And when you give yourself permission to say those things, you give others permission to do the same. You dismantle the performance. You break the illusion that anyone is just one thing. And in that breaking, something beautiful is born. Because liberation lives in complexity, in being allowed to contradict yourself, in waking up with a new opinion, in liking things you once rejected, in walking away from labels that once felt like home. You are allowed to change. You are allowed to confuse people. You are allowed to not make sense. You are allowed to grow in directions that scare you. You are allowed to shed roles that were never yours to carry. You are allowed to be someone no one has met yet, including you. So how do you escape the trap? How do you step out of the identity you've constructed and into the self you're still discovering? You start by noticing where you're rigid, where you say, I always, or I never, where you say, that's just how I am, and feel a pang of dissonance. You notice where you feel small, predictable, boxed in. You ask yourself, is this who I am, or who I learn to be? Is this identity serving me, or protecting me from something I'm afraid to face? And you let those questions unravel you, not into chaos, but into curiosity. You begin to experiment with new expressions. You try on new truths. You speak before you're sure. You act before you're certain. You allow yourself to be a work in progress. And in doing so, you reclaim your humanity. You stop chasing a perfect, fixed self and start embracing a dynamic, responsive one. You let your identity be an ongoing conversation, not a finished statement. And that conversation becomes your freedom. Because now you don't have to perform strength. You can practice courage. You don't have to pretend to know. You can ask. You don't have to be the expert. You can be the learner. You don't have to be a brand. You can be a being. So, the next time you feel the pressure to define yourself, to name, to declare, to lock it in, pause, breathe, ask, who am I when I'm not being watched? Who am I when I'm not being needed? Who am I when I let go of everything I've been trying to prove? And in that pause, you'll feel it, the quiet hum of possibility, the part of you that's always been more than the role, the truth that's too big for any label. You are not your category. You are not your coping. You are not your branding. You are not your past. You are becoming the spotlight of shame, reliving embarrassing moments over and over. They tell you to move on, to let it go, to stop thinking about that one moment that keeps circling your mind like a ghost trapped in a room with no exits. They say it as if shame obeys logic, as if the brain listens when you command it to forget. But shame doesn't follow instructions. It follows wounds. It finds the most vulnerable version of you, the version caught off guard. exposed, imperfect, and it builds a shrine to that moment. Not to honor it, but to trap you in it. This is the spotlight of shame, the psychological loop where you relive moments of embarrassment, regret, or perceived failure over and over again, long after they've ended, long after everyone else has forgotten, long after the world has moved on. But you haven't, because shame doesn't live in the past. It turns the past into a present that never stops repeating itself, and it doesn't always start with trauma. Sometimes it begins with something small, a joke that didn't land, a word mispronounced in a room full of eyes, a trembling voice during a presentation, a vulnerable message you wish you hadn't sent, a time you overshared, a moment you underperformed. And while others might shrug and forget, your mind records it in high definition. It replays the scene at night when you try to sleep. It turns silence into judgment, glances into ridicule, laughter into confirmation that you are not enough. And slowly, a single moment becomes a narrative. You go from, "I did something wrong," to "there's something wrong with me." And that shift, that subtle, devastating shift, is where shame makes its home. Because unlike guilt, which says I made a mistake, shame says I am the mistake. And once you believe that, the moment isn't just something you remember, it becomes a mirror. Every time you think about it, you see yourself, not as you are now, but as you were then. Exposed, clumsy, cringeworthy, unworthy. You feel your stomach tighten, your face flush, your heart race. Not because it's happening again, but because your nervous system doesn't know the difference. It reacts as if the spotlight is still on you, as if the audience is still watching, as if the humiliation never ended. And this spotlight doesn't just illuminate the past, it dims your future. It makes you hesitant, quiet, careful. You start avoiding situations that might put you in that position again. You hold back in conversations. You stay silent in meetings. You turn down opportunities. Not because you lack the skill, but because you fear the feeling, the exposure, the risk of repeating history. You tell yourself you're introverted, shy, private, but really, you're protecting yourself from the glare of that memory, from the possibility of another moment that will live forever in the echo chamber of your mind. And the worst part? No one else remembers. Or if they do, they remember it as a blip, a flash, a minor human moment in a sea of other human moments. But for you, it's a scar. And because it doesn't make sense to others, you stop talking about it. You hold it, alone. You carry the shame like a secret, one that confirms your worst fear, that if they really saw you, they'd agree. That if they knew what you remember, they'd understand why you feel the way you do. And so you hide, you curate, you overcompensate, you perform perfection, not because you're vain, but because you're scared. Scared that if you slip, the spotlight will return, the laughter will echo, the shame will bloom all over again. But here's what no one tells you. The spotlight isn't real, not anymore. It was real then, maybe. But now, it's in your head, lit by your fear, powered by your memory, sustained by your silence. Because shame grows in isolation. It feeds on secrecy, on the belief that you are alone in this feeling, that everyone else is moving through life clean and confident, while you are haunted by moments that should have died long ago. But you are not alone. You are not abnormal. You are not broken. You are simply human, deeply, beautifully, painfully human. And every human has a reel, a loop of moments they wish they could erase. Not just big traumas, but little humiliations that stuck like burrs. Because the brain is not a neutral observer. It's a pattern-seeking machine. It remembers pain to protect you. It replays it to prepare you. It holds onto shame not to punish you, but to prevent it from happening again. But in doing so, it traps you in yesterday. And the only way to break free is not to forget, but to face, to bring the moment into the light. Not the spotlight of judgment, but the soft light of understanding. You start by naming it, saying it aloud, writing it down, telling someone safe. You take the memory and dissect it, not to relive it, but to release it. You ask, what did I believe in that moment? What story did I start telling myself after it? What have I avoided because of it? And then you ask the most powerful question of all. What would I say to someone I love if they told me this story about themselves? And suddenly, the spotlight begins to flicker. Because compassion is the antidote to shame. Not just from others, but from yourself. You begin to speak to the version of you in that memory, not as a judge, but as a guardian. You say, you were doing your best. You didn't deserve to carry this alone. You are more than that moment. And the more you do this, the less power the memory holds. It doesn't disappear, but it stops defining you. It becomes what it always was, a moment, not a verdict, not a prophecy, just a moment, one of millions. And in that realization, you reclaim your life from the grip of a spotlight that was never meant to follow you this far. Because the truth is, shame doesn't thrive in memory. It thrives in repetition. In believing the same story over and over, again. In assuming that past pain must predict future rejection. But it doesn't. You are allowed to change the narrative. You are allowed to look back with kindness. You are allowed to see yourself not as the punchline, but as the protagonist. Not as the mistake, but as the one who learned. So the next time the loop begins, the next time your mind drags you back to that moment, pause, breathe, remind yourself, I am not that version of me anymore. I survived it. I learned from it. And I am allowed to let it go. Because letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means remembering with new eyes, with new grace, with the understanding that shame is not truth, it's a shadow. And you, imperfect, complex, ever-evolving, are still worthy of stepping into the light. The bystander effect, waiting for others to act instead of you. They tell you to do the right thing, to help when someone's hurting, to speak up when something's wrong, to be the kind of person who steps forward, who takes action, who makes a difference. And deep down, you want to believe you are that person. You imagine yourself running toward the sound of a cry, standing up to injustice, reaching out to the one who looks like they're unraveling. You believe that if the moment came, if someone needed help and you were there, you wouldn't hesitate. You'd know what to do. You'd become the hero of the story. But reality is messier than imagination. And the truth is, most of us don't act. Not because we're heartless, but because we're human. Because we're scared. Because we're unsure. Because we look around and see no one else moving. And we take that as a sign that maybe we don't need to either. And so we wait, and wait, and wait, not realizing that everyone else is waiting too. This is the bystander effect, the psychological phenomenon where the presence of others decreases the likelihood that any one person will step in. A silent, invisible force that turns good intentions into quiet inaction. That allows suffering to unfold in plain sight, while dozens of eyes watch and none of them blink. And it doesn't only happen in emergencies. It shows up in classrooms, where a student is mocked and no one intervenes. In offices where a colleague is disrespected and everyone pretends not to hear. In friendships where someone is clearly struggling, but no one wants to be the first to ask. It happens on sidewalks, in group chats, at family dinners, on comment threads. We tell ourselves, someone else will handle it. It's not really my place. Maybe I'm overreacting. They probably don't want help anyway. And the longer we hesitate, the easier it becomes to stay silent. The easier it is to rationalize our stillness, because silence in numbers starts to feel like consensus, like safety, like the right thing to do. But deep down, we feel it. The tug in the chest, the uneasy twist in the gut, the moment where we sense that we should act, but we don't. And afterward, we replay it. We wonder what stopped us. We say, I didn't want to make it worse. I thought maybe someone else knew better. I wasn't sure if it was my responsibility. But responsibility isn't something handed out. It's something we claim. And when we don't claim it, it doesn't disappear. It just disperses, so thinly that no one can grasp it. And what's left behind is a collective absence. A room full of people, none of whom were willing to break the silence. A sidewalk full of eyes, none of which move toward the fallen. A thread full of witnesses, none of whom typed a single word. And we don't do this because we're cruel. We do it because we're wired to follow, to read the room, to defer to authority, to hierarchy, to social cues. If no one else is panicking, we assume we're overreacting. If no one else is helping, we assume help isn't needed. And in that assumption, we outsource our conscience. We hand over our instinct to the collective. We wait for a cue that never comes. And in doing so, we let fear dress up as neutrality. We let confusion masquerade as calm. We let our longing to belong override our need to be bold. But the moment of choice is rarely loud. It doesn't come with a siren or a spotlight. It comes in the blink of an eye, in the flicker of awareness that something is off, in the pause before you scroll past, in the ache that says, this isn't right. And in that moment, you are alone with the question, will I act or will I wait for someone else to go first? And the hard truth is, most of us wait. Not because we don't care, but because we think someone else will, because we're afraid of doing it wrong, because we don't want to look foolish or intrusive or dramatic. But in waiting, we lose something more precious than composure. We lose our chance to matter, to interrupt the spiral, to change the story, because most moments don't need a hero. They just need a witness, a hand, a word, a presence that says, I see you. I won't pretend this isn't happening. And the irony is, once one person acts, others follow. The silence breaks. The crowd moves. The bystanders become allies. Because the bystander effect doesn't just freeze action. It freezes belief. It convinces you that you are the only one who sees, the only one who cares, the only one who's unsure. But you're not. You never were. You are simply the first one willing to listen to that voice inside you that says, do something. So how do we unlearn this reflex? How do we train ourselves to act, not perfectly, but courageously, when the moment comes? We start by noticing, by paying attention to that subtle moment where our instinct leans forward but our feet stay still. We begin to rehearse action, not in dramatic ways, but in everyday ones. We practice checking in, even when it's awkward. We speak up, even when our voice shakes. We ask, are you okay? Do you need anything? Can I help? Even if we're not sure what the answer will be. Because courage is not the absence of hesitation. It's the decision to move anyway. And when we act, we don't just change the moment. We change ourselves. We begin to see that we are not powerless, that the small things matter, that our presence can be a turning point, a lifeline, a reason someone feels seen instead of invisible. And we begin to trust that even if no one else moves, we can. That even if the room stays quiet, our voice still counts. That even if the world seems indifferent, our empathy is not wasted, because the spotlight of the bystander effect doesn't shine on the victim. It shines on us, on our hesitation, on our choice. And it is a heavy light to live under. But it can also become a light we carry, one that illuminates the moment before it's lost, one that helps us see clearly where we are needed, not later, not someday, but now. So the next time you feel it, the freeze, the doubt, the question, pause. Breathe. Remember, you are not an observer. You are not a background character. You are not just passing through. You are here. You are watching. And that means you are already involved. You don't have to save the day. You just have to step in. The invisible cage of social conditioning, living by rules you never questioned. They tell you how to live, not in one loud declaration, not all at once, but in quiet, steady, invisible ways. From the moment you're born, the world begins to whisper what to wear, what to want, what's polite, what's proper, what counts as success, what passes as failure, who you're allowed to be and who you're not. These aren't commands, they're customs, not laws, but norms. And because they arrive so early and feel so constant, you absorb them before you even know what absorption means. They don't come with explanations. They don't come with permission slips. They simply exist, woven into your lullabies, your textbooks, your compliments, your silences. They shape your play, your speech, your fears, your dreams. And you grow up inside their rhythm, never knowing it has a name, never realizing you've been trained, not to think, but to conform, not to question, but to fit. And this is the invisible cage of social conditioning, the mental, emotional, and behavioral programming that dictates how we live, who we become, and what we accept, without us ever consciously choosing it. And the bars of this cage are everywhere. They're in the way boys are told to toughen up, and girls are told to smile. In the way we shame tears, reward overwork, punish stillness. In the stories we tell about success, how it must look a certain way, come with certain titles, be earned through certain sacrifices. In the way we measure worth, through productivity, appearance, popularity, wealth. In the way we categorize people, based on skin tone, body type, accent, job, relationship status. These rules don't come with a warning label. They don't knock on your door and ask, "Do you accept these terms?" They slide into your operating system quietly, gently, as default settings. You don't remember installing them, but you begin running them like code. And every time you conform, you're rewarded. Every time you resist, you're questioned. Every time you ask, "Why do we do this?" you're met with silence, or worse, disapproval. And so you stop asking. You begin to live by rules you didn't write. You chase goals you never chose. You wear identities you didn't design. You work jobs that drain you because they look impressive. You maintain friendships that hollow you out because they're expected. You post photos that don't represent your truth because they align with what's acceptable. You tell people you're fine when you're unraveling. You marry when you're not ready. You parent in ways that don't feel right. You apologize for your boundaries. You downplay your joy. You shrink your grief, not because you want to, but because the cage taught you that. To live outside its lines is to risk exile, to risk being misunderstood, to risk being alone. And the scariest part, most people don't even know they're caged, because the bars are made of beliefs, and beliefs, once normalized, become invisible. They blend into the wallpaper of your life. They sound like, "That's just how it is. That's just how people are. That's just what you do when you grow up." And so, you build a life inside them. You decorate the cage. You call it stability. You call it discipline. You call it tradition. And sometimes it works. Sometimes the rules happen to match your values. But often they don't. And you start to feel it, not as a scream, but as a hum, a quiet dissonance, a sense that something's off, that you're living your life but not in your life, that your actions no longer feel like extensions of your soul, but rehearsals for an audience you don't even remember inviting. And in that moment, if you're lucky, you begin to ask, whose voice is this in my head? Whose version of success am I chasing? Who taught me what I'm allowed to want, what I'm allowed to feel, what I'm allowed to say? And as the questions multiply, the cage begins to crack. Because consciousness is the first act of rebellion. Awareness is the first step toward freedom. But it's not easy. Because stepping out of the cage means stepping into uncertainty. It means losing the applause of the crowd. It means grieving the self you were taught to be, and meeting the self you've always been beneath it. And that meeting isn't always joyful. Sometimes it's confusing. Sometimes it's painful. Because when the cage falls away, you're left with questions that don't have quick answers. What do I believe? What do I want? What feels true to me, not to my culture, my family, my algorithm, my past? And that level of self-inquiry can feel like a kind of death. The death of the role, the death of the script, the death of being the good girl, the strong man, the reliable friend, the obedient employee. And in that death, you face something terrifying, the blank page, the unwritten life, the truth that you are responsible, not just for your choices, but for your identity. But within that terror is liberation. Because once you begin writing your own rules, you remember what it means to live from alignment, to speak from your center, to act from your knowing. You remember that you were never meant to be one thing, that you don't need to fit into a category to be valid, that your worth was never supposed to be tied to how well you perform a role, and you begin to rebuild, Not your cage, but your compass. You start to say no, not because you're rebellious, but because your yes means something now. You start to rest, not because you're lazy, but because you are no longer trying to prove that you deserve to exist. You start to cry, not as a breakdown, but as a reclamation. You start to tell the truth, not because it's safe, but because you are finally done lying to yourself. And in that truth, you begin to see the cage everywhere, not just in your own life, but in the lives of others. You see people hurting and pretending. You see people chasing dreams they never chose. You see people judging what they were taught to judge, fearing what they were trained to fear, performing roles that are slowly eating them alive. And you don't hate them, you grieve for them, because you were there too, and maybe you still are. Maybe part of you is still holding on to one bar of the cage because it feels familiar. Because freedom, while beautiful, is also disorienting. It doesn't come with a manual. It doesn't come with a crowd. It comes with solitude, with silence, with the kind of self-examination that can crack your soul open. But once that crack forms, once the light gets in, you can't go back. You can't unsee what you've seen. You can't unknow what you now know. That life is not meant to be lived in submission to invisible scripts. That peace is not found in perfect obedience, but in authentic expression. That safety built on suppression is not safety, it's self-abandonment. And that the cost of fitting in is often far higher than the risk of standing out. So the next time you feel the urge to comply, to agree, to please, to perform, pause. Ask yourself, who taught me this? Do I still believe it? Is this me, or is this memorized? And if the answer is silence, sit in it. Listen. Because your real voice lives there, beneath the noise, beneath the conditioning, beneath the expectations, waiting, not to be created, but to be remembered. You were never meant to live caged. You were meant to live conscious. The illusion of transparency. Believing your emotions are visible to everyone. They tell you that emotions are human, that what you feel is valid, that your inner world matters. And maybe you believe them. Maybe you learn early on to tune into yourself, to recognize fear when it coils in your stomach, to notice sadness when it sits behind your eyes, to identify joy when it rises warm in your chest. You begin to know your own emotional weather like a personal forecast. You track it, label it, carry it. And somewhere along the way, without instruction, without evidence, you begin to assume that others can see it too, that your discomfort is obvious, that your pain leaks through your body language, that your anxiety speaks in volumes even when your mouth is shut, that if you're embarrassed, everyone must notice, that if you're struggling, surely someone can tell. And so you stop saying it out loud. You think, they must know, they can tell I'm not okay. My face gives it away. My silence says everything. And you wait for a gesture, a glance, a question, but no one comes. No one says, hey, are you all right? No one pulls you aside. No one mirrors the storm you're quietly enduring. And you feel exposed, but also invisible. You feel raw, but also ignored. And you don't understand. How can something this loud inside me go unnoticed out there? This is the illusion of transparency. The cognitive bias that leads you to believe your internal state is more apparent to others than it actually is. That your thoughts are somehow visible, that your emotions are audible in your tone, readable, in your posture, obvious in your eyes. And it's deeply human. Because we live inside our minds, we sit in the front row of our own experience, immersed in every twitch of discomfort, every shade of reaction, every internal earthquake. And because it feels so massive to us, we assume it's at least noticeable to others. But it's not, because people don't see you through your mind. They see you through theirs, and their mind is not a window. It's a wall, a lens, a filter built from their own assumptions, distractions, narratives, needs. While you're busy analyzing the break in your voice, they're thinking about their to-do list. While you're certain your embarrassment is pulsing through your skin like electricity, they're scrolling, glancing, trying to remember what they were going to say next. And this dissonance creates pain, because it reinforces the idea that your suffering is somehow shameful. That if people can see it and aren't responding, then maybe it's your fault. Maybe you're being dramatic. Maybe you don't deserve help. Or worse, maybe they do see it and just don't care. But in truth, the problem isn't their apathy, it's their unawareness. Because most of us are so caught up in our own illusion of transparency that we fail to notice anyone else's. We're all walking around assuming everyone sees us, understands us, reads us, while simultaneously missing the signs others are trying to send. And so we perform understanding without perceiving, connection without presence. We mirror the surface but miss the undercurrent. We smile, nod, exchange pleasantries, while pain quietly festers beneath the table. And the illusion doesn't just make us feel unseen, it makes us stay silent. It convinces us that saying, "I'm anxious," or "I feel off," or "that hurt me," is unnecessary, redundant, awkward. Because surely they already know. Surely they felt it too. And when they don't respond, when the moment passes, when no repair is offered, we interpret the silence as confirmation. I'm too much. I'm too sensitive. I shouldn't have felt that way. And we retreat. We push the feeling down. We label it irrational. And in doing so, we deny ourselves the very connection we crave. Because you can't be comforted for something no one knows you're feeling. You can't be understood if you don't speak. You can't be seen through a wall of quiet performance. But this bias doesn't only show up in sadness. It shows up in confidence too, in love, in humor. You think your affection is obvious, so you don't say, "I love you." You think your appreciation shows, so you don't say, "Thank you." You think your pride is clear, so you don't say, "I'm proud of you." And the people around you, waiting for the words, start to question. Do they care? Do they notice? Do I matter to them? Because the emotion that feels bright in your mind may not cast a single shadow on your face. Your love may burn in your chest, but glow dimly in your actions. Your admiration may echo in your thoughts, but fall silent in your voice. And so they assume absence, while you assume transparency. And in that gap, relationships erode, not from malice, but from misunderstanding. And it doesn't stop there. The illusion of transparency also feeds our shame. You make a mistake and assume everyone noticed. You stumble over your words and assume they're still thinking about it. You feel awkward and assume it was broadcast like a megaphone. But the truth is, most people didn't see it. Or if they did, they forgot. Or if they remembered, they didn't assign it the meaning you did. Because your mind is a magnifier. It takes small stumbles and makes them mountains. It takes passing emotions and makes them defining traits. And the illusion convinces you that everyone else is watching the same film when they're not even in the theater. So what do you do? How do you live differently once you realize this? How do you move through the world when you know that your emotions are not self-evident, that your internal state is not obvious, that your pain, your love, your fear, your gratitude, your discomfort, none of it will be truly known unless you share it? You speak. You name the feeling. You stop waiting to be noticed and start choosing to be known. You say, "That hurt me. I'm not okay today. I'm proud of you. I feel insecure right now. I don't know what I need, but I know I'm struggling." You build bridges where your mind has built illusions. You stop, expecting people to read your silence and start letting them hear your truth. Not because they owe you empathy, but because you owe yourself expression. And when you do this, when you begin living transparently, not because you assume people see you, but because you choose to let them, you stop feeling so invisible. You stop resenting people for missing what you never showed them. You stop blaming yourself for being misunderstood. You begin to experience intimacy, not just in romance, but in friendship, in family, in presence. Because real intimacy isn't people knowing what you feel without asking. It's you feeling safe enough to tell them. And the irony is, when you drop the illusion of transparency, you actually become clearer to others, not more vulnerable to judgment, but more accessible to love. Because people want to know you. They want to understand, but they're trapped in their own illusions too. Believing that you must already know how they feel, that you must be doing fine, that you don't need the gesture, the message, the question, the reach. So someone has to go first. Someone has to break the loop. Someone has to say, "I feel this and I want to share it. I notice you. and I wonder how you're doing. I care, even if you can't see it yet. And when that happens, the fog begins to lift. The theater fills, the film starts playing, and suddenly, you're not alone in your mind anymore. So the next time you find yourself retreating into silence, assuming your feelings are obvious, believing your discomfort is visible, expecting your love to speak for itself, pause, breathe, ask yourself, have I actually said this aloud? Have I given them a chance to see what's inside me? And if the answer is no, then speak. Not for validation, not for performance, but for connection, for clarity, for the sake of being known. Because your mind is not a window, it is a room, and no one can enter it unless you open the door. The sunk cost fallacy. Sticking to bad decisions. Because of what you've already invested, they tell you not to waste, not to give up too soon, not to walk away from something you've worked so hard to build. They praise perseverance, loyalty, commitment. They say, don't throw it all away. You've come this far. It would be a shame to stop now. And so you listen. You stay. You keep showing up. For the relationship that drains you. For the career that deadens you. For the dream that no longer feels like yours. You tell yourself that quitting would mean failure. That letting go would mean all the time, the energy, the emotion you've poured in was for nothing. You look at the months, the years, the late nights, and hard choices, and compromises and sacrifices, and you feel a weight settle in your chest. A weight that whispers, you can't leave now. Not after everything. Not after how far you've come. Not after what it's cost. And that whisper, though small, is powerful. Because it sounds like wisdom, like maturity, like reason. But really, it's fear wearing the mask of logic. It's loss avoidance disguised as loyalty. It's the sunk cost fallacy, the deeply human trap of continuing with a decision, a commitment, a path, simply because you've already invested in it, even when it no longer serves you. And it's not irrational. It makes emotional sense. You're trying to salvage something, to protect what you've poured in. You think, if I just try a little longer, if I push a little harder, if I wait it out, maybe the breakthrough will come. Maybe the investment will pay off. Maybe you won't have to walk away and face the grief of all you've lost. But here's the truth. You've already lost it. The moment something becomes unsustainable, the moment it starts costing you more than it gives back, the value you once saw begins to dissolve. The joy begins to rot. The meaning begins to hollow. And no amount of time, money, or energy sunk into it can bring it back. That's the cruel irony of the fallacy. You stay to avoid loss, but in doing so, you deepen it. And this trap lives everywhere. In jobs you hate, but can't leave because of the years you've spent climbing the ladder. In relationships that no longer nurture you, but feel too entangled to exit. In degrees, you're pursuing not out of love, but because you've already paid for half the tuition. In creative projects that lost their spark months ago, but linger on your desktop out of guilt. In routines, identities, commitments, even friendships, where the primary reason you're still in them is because you already are. Because starting over feels like defeat. Because admitting it's time to let go feels like failure. But it's not failure, it's freedom. The cost is already sunk. The past, already spent. And your obligation is not to what you've invested, it's to who you are becoming, to what you need now. But that shift is terrifying, because it requires you to look loss in the face and say, I accept you. It requires you to mourn what could have been. To admit that sometimes effort is not enough, that sometimes love doesn't fix it, that sometimes loyalty is not noble, it's a prison. And that realization can be brutal. It can make you feel foolish, regretful, ashamed. But those feelings, as painful as they are not proof that you should stay. They are proof that you're waking up, that you're seeing the truth beneath the story you've been telling. And that story is seductive. It says, you're almost there. Things will turn around. Don't make all of this for nothing. And it's hard to argue with that. Because you're not just walking away from a situation, you're walking away from a version of yourself From the effort, the hope, the version who believed this was the right thing. And to leave is to admit that maybe they were wrong, that maybe they didn't know what you know now. And that's hard, because we're taught to stand by our past selves, to defend them, to honor their decisions. But sometimes the greatest way to honor who you were is to release what no longer serves who you are. And that release doesn't mean the time was wasted. It means it was part of the path, part of the learning, part of the refinement. Because not every investment yields a return, and that doesn't make you stupid or broken or lazy. It makes you human. It makes you someone willing to risk, to try, to hope. And that willingness isn't something to be ashamed of. It's something to be proud of. What matters is not whether the investment paid off. It's whether you're willing to stop digging when you realize the well is dry. Because the deeper you dig, the harder it is to climb out. The more you rationalize, the more entangled you become. You start rewriting reality to make the situation seem better than it is. You exaggerate the good days, you downplay the harm, you gaslight yourself into gratitude, you call your suffering growth, your confusion, resilience, your stagnation, stability, until one day you wake up and realize you've built your life around something you no longer believe in, that the price of staying has become your peace, your creativity, your joy, and yet you still hesitate, because leaving means loss, but staying also means loss. The difference is, one is chosen, the other is prolonged. One is grief with direction, the other is grief with no end. So the question is not, will this hurt? The question is, will this heal? Because the pain of letting go is temporary. The pain of staying stuck is forever. So how do you know when to walk away? You listen, not to fear, not to guilt, but to truth. You ask, if I could start from scratch, would I choose this again? If nothing changed, could I live with this for another year? Am I staying because I love it, or because I'm afraid to leave? And when the answer is silence or sorrow, you pay attention. You stop justifying. You stop bargaining. You stop waiting for the moment to be perfect. And you start choosing to honor your growth over your guilt, your needs over your nostalgia, your future over your sunk costs. Because life isn't an investment to protect, it's an experience to live. And sometimes living means letting go.